Okay. Who's our next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, Aaron Barnett for the plaintiffs. It would be Leslie Abravanel.
Ms. Abravanel, I'm the judge, so I'm going to place you under oath if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, Leslie Abravanel.
And Ms. Abravanel, in which city and county do you live in the state of Florida?
I am in Boca Raton, which is in Palm Beach County.
And do you have school-aged children?
I do. I have 10-year-old twins in 5th grade.
Do they attend public school?
They do.
An elementary school in Boca Raton?
Correct.
Do your children in their school have a dress code or school uniforms?
Yes, they have a dress code.
Which would be what? What
They
is
have to wear
specified in the dress
a
code?
polo shirt and a certain length of a skirt or shorts. They can't wear anything they really want to wear, frankly.
And is this the locally residentially school zone for your residents?
Yes.
Is it a
Yes.
good school?
It's an excellent school. We actually moved here for this school, yes.
Now, since the pandemic began, did your children attend school in brick and mortar schools or virtually?
No, they did distant learning. They were virtual for a year and a half.
And that virtual option, was that Florida virtual school or was that the distance learning special option during the pandemic?
It was the distance learning special option. So they actually got to take their classes from their teacher who was teaching live from the school.
And from when to when did they do the distance learning option?
And as soon as the pandemic hit in March 2020, they finished 3rd grade, and then they did the entire 4th grade from distant learning.
During, is the distance learning option available to your children this school year?
No, it is not.
Now, have your children attended school in person this school year?
They have, yes.
Can you tell the court of your experience thus far with your in-person learning for your children?
It's been a hot mess. My children started, they missed the first week of school because they were away in sleepaway camp. So they started the 2nd week of school. So that would have been August 16th, I believe, was a Monday. Both children attended, my daughter and my son. My son came home and had the sniffles and missed the entire last week of school. So he missed the whole week. My daughter went from Monday through Thursday and then was home on Friday because she felt not so hot.
Now, your son, did he have a COVID test?
He did have a COVID test. We gave him one at home, and then we went to the pediatrician on Tuesday morning, and we waited 4 days for the results. So while we waited, he was home.
Did the pediatrician advise whether or not you needed to quarantine your child?
She did. She said, keep him home until we get a negative test back. And she definitely said that they were inundated and it would take longer than the typical 48 hours, which it did. We got the results Friday night.
Did you notify the school that your child had a pending COVID test?
I did, right away.
Did the school system require a child to quarantine?
No, they didn't say anything. I was just doing it because I would never send a child in sick to begin with, but obviously now I definitely wouldn't. But they never said a word. I just said he will be home until we receive the negative test.
Can we put Dr. Kunte in the waiting room, please?
All right, let me, hold on a second. This might take a minute. Breakout room. Put in waiting room, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Gives me a chance to work the controls on the computer here. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think you said this, but your son's COVID test came back negative on Friday.
Yes.
Now, previously, have you been involved with your children's school?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Whether it was the PTA or volunteering at the lunchroom or going into the classrooms to help out or to show up during certain presentations, 100%.
And since the pandemic started, and specifically this school year, have you been in the school at all?
Oh, no, not at all since school started. I just went to the open house prior to school opening to meet both teachers, actually 4 teachers.
Can you tell the court about your experience at the open house?
Sure. So we received an email from the school or the school district the day before the meet the teacher, and it said all visitors to campus, including children, because usually the children go to meet their teachers, mine couldn't, but all visitors, including children and adults, must wear masks to the meet the teacher, as well as all staff had to be masked as well. So it was fantastic. Everyone had masks on that day only.
Now, when you went to your children's classroom, were you surprised at the setup of the desks?
Oh, I was horrified. I was under the impression that the desks were going to be apart. They were clusters of 4 desks to make one table. So 4 children would be sitting at one table of 4 different desks.
And in that setup, would the children at those 4 tops be able to socially distance?
I mean, no, how could they? There was no way. They were literally on top of each other. No.
Were there any sort of barriers, or I think we've seen plexiglass between the desks? Any
No.
of that exist?
I'm sorry. No, I wish there was. No, there was nothing.
And was that different from the school setup last year?
To be honest, I don't know because my children were home, but my son had told me that last year the desks were separated and in 5th grade he would have his own desk, but not the case when I went to the meet the teacher.
Why did you bring this lawsuit?
Because we're throwing our children into pretty much a petri dish right now. If not everyone is required to wear a mask, how are we going to protect children and staff from catching this Delta variant? We are not. I'm terrified, and so is every other parent I've spoken with. I mean, it makes no sense to me that parents comply with, say, peanut allergies children have. There are peanut-free rooms. So my children love peanut butter, but if they're in a room where there's a child who cannot have peanut butter, no one has peanut butter. And you know what? That's fine. We want to protect all the kids. So we comply. It's fine. This is not the case with a pandemic.
Have your children been vaccinated?
No, I wish they were. They're under 12, so they're not eligible.
And will you vaccinate them once they're eligible?
Oh, yes, 100%.
When you were at the Meet the Teacher and open house, did you witness any mitigation efforts on behalf of the school to stop or slow the spread of COVID?
No, I saw nothing. And I don't know what a HEPA filter looks like, but I don't believe they have those. There were no plexiglass. There were no separations of desks. I saw hand sanitizer, which is fantastic. But beyond that, no, I saw nothing.
Did you feel safe on campus?
Yes, because I was wearing a mask and everyone else was that day.
Do you feel that your children are safe?
I'm very nervous. I'm sorry. I'm very, very nervous. They know to wear masks. They will be wearing masks. They know they've worn masks for 1.5 years. So I know that they're aware and they're smart enough to do that. But I'm afraid of the kid who's not wearing the mask, who's next to my kid, who might somehow spread it, through when they're in the cafeteria, where they're eating. I'm nervous, 100%.
This school year, what interaction have you had besides the Meet the Teacher on campus?
None. I just drive to the pickup and the drop off. There's no interaction.
During your pickup and drop off, and I think you're talking about what parents know as the car line, is that correct?
Yes.
During car line, do you see other children or staff, and are they masked?
Most of the staff are masked, but because they're outside, I've seen a few without masks. And thank God, most of the children I have seen were wearing masks, with the exception of a few who either took them off because it was outside or I don't know. But I'm under the impression I've received data that out of approximately 1,100 students in my children's school, 98 opted out when they were able to from wearing masks. So a tiny minority have opted out of wearing masks.
Now, the 1,100 children in the school, is this a grade K through 5th grade?
Yes.
And what is the age range of the children in your school, in your children's school?
I would say probably 5 to 11.
And so it's safe to assume that none of the children in the school are eligible to be vaccinated.
Correct. Yes.
Do you believe masking in school is a parent choice issue?
No, I don't.
Why not?
It's a public health issue. So if our children have to receive 6 vaccines to go to public school in Florida, which they do, then masks that prevent a deadly pandemic or curb the spread at least should be as well mandated based on that same logic.
Do your children wear masks when they're in school?
Yes, all day.
Do they wear masks when they're outside of your home?
Yes, I make them wear masks because children come in contact with each other, sometimes on top of each other when they're playing. They're kids. So yes, I do make them wear masks everywhere, now especially.
Now, was there a time period during, since the beginning of the pandemic, when you didn't require your children to wear masks outside of the home?
No, never. The only time they did not wear masks were when they were in summer camp for 2 months, in which everyone was staff were vaccinated. All children had to quarantine before they got into camp, and they were in a bubble for about 7 weeks where no one from the outside was coming in. So for 2 months, they did not wear masks.
Was that, did the summer camp occur before the Delta variant was out?
Fortunately, yes, we would have never sent them otherwise. And when we picked the children up at camp, they said, we thought COVID was over. And we said, so did we, but it's not.
Now, have your children developed any health issues as a result of wearing masks?
No, none.
How about
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
go
in
ahead.
fact, they've had less colds, less sore throats. I mean, it's been fantastic.
What about mental health issues? Have they developed any negative mental health issues as a result of wearing a mask?
No, not at all. None.
Any mental health issues from fear of getting sick in school?
Yes, my son is an anxious child. And since COVID started in March 2020, he started seeing a therapist virtually because he is terrified of getting sick.
Why do your children wear masks?
They wear masks so they don't get sick, and they wear masks so they don't get anyone else sick.
Obviously your children I assume, have a pediatrician.
Yes.
And did you discuss or seek guidance from your pediatrician about mask wearing for your children?
No, I never sought guidance. However, right before school started, the practice sent out a mass email to parents saying that this practice goes with the CDC and the Academy of Pediatrics, and they will require masking of all children in schools. They recommend it.
Have you taken either of your children to an in-person doctor's visit in the past year?
Yes.
Does your pediatrician require all people entering the office wear a mask?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And I think you said this, but I'm not positive. Are you familiar with the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendation for maskings in school?
Yes, very, very familiar, yes.
And are you following those recommendations for your children?
Of course.
Ms. Bravenel, what particularized harm will you suffer if your child's school doesn't have the right to enact mandatory masking under the current executive order?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Okay. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. What particularized harm will you suffer if your child's school does not have the right to enact mandatory masking under the current executive order?
Well, it's not so much what I will suffer. I will be a nervous wreck. I mean, I'm a nervous parent. Most of us are. But It's the fear that our children might absolutely get sick. Instead of worrying about them doing well in school, or God forbid, a school shooter, now we have to worry about them catching a deadly pandemic. I've protected them for a year and a half. And now to send them into this, and for parents to have to face that decision of, do we keep them home? Do we send them in? This is horrendous, and it's so preventable. So it's not what harm I will suffer, it's what harm our children will suffer. And that by proxy is the harm that I will suffer.
Now, specifically, is online learning an option for your family?
Right now, there is something called Florida Virtual, which had a long waiting list, which I looked into. I spoke with the director. It's not for us. After a year and a half of virtual school, my children do need to be in brick and mortar. So the only option to my knowledge right now was Florida Virtual, which that's it. No in-class, no direct lessons from their school like last year.
Why do you believe that the local school board should be able to determine what's best for your school?
Because they are here to ensure our children to have a safe school environment following the Florida Constitution. They are elected to work for us, to make sure we get the best education for our children, the safest education, the best circumstances. So it's the school board. If it's not the school board, then who's in charge of the school?
That was my last question. I tender the witness to the defense.
All right, Mr. Bean, are you handling the cross? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ma'am, Palm Beach County is currently under a mandatory mask mandate, correct?
Yes, it just happened on Monday.
Okay. And your school board entered that mandate, correct?
They did.
When you described a situation when your son came home from camp with the sniffles, or he went to school and then came home with the sniffles, and you had him tested for COVID, correct?
Yes.
Is that what you tested?
Correct.
Ma'am, you made that decision that your son was going to receive that medical test, correct?
100%, yes.
Would you want anyone else to make that decision other than you, ma'am, that your son would take a medical test?
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
You would let someone else other than you make that decision?
Well, along with my input, absolutely. If the school said your son needs to take a COVID test, I 100% would agree with them, even if I wasn't thinking to do it. Yes.
And if you didn't agree with them, what would happen? Would you allow your son to be tested over your objection?
Probably with issue, yes. If it involves health, absolutely.
Ma'am, does anyone know your son better than you?
Yeah, my husband, maybe.
Fair enough. Ma'am, you seem very informed, and that's a great trait for citizens to have. You're familiar with the governor's executive order that you sued under this case?
Yes.
Okay. Does the governor's executive order preclude barriers being put up in the schoolroom?
Well, yes. If a mask is a barrier, yes, it does.
The plastic barriers for desks?
Oh, plexiglass, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't believe so, but my school doesn't have one, so I don't, I'm not sure.
But the executive order doesn't prohibit it, right?
To my knowledge, I actually don't know. I'm just talking about masks right now, not plexiglass.
No, I understand, but there are other methods to limit the transmission,
Sure.
right?
Right.
Does the executive order say you cannot have social distancing?
No, but the school said to the extent possible in a letter that we received. So they're doing their best, I guess. But my main concern are the masks.
Yes, ma'am. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Ma'am, I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Abravanel.
Abravanel.
I appreciate you being here. You released as a witness, but you can now, if you wish to do so, watch the rest of the proceeding on YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, is our next witness in the breakout room?
Yes, please. Plaintiff calls Dr. Grace Hunte.
Hold on, oops, give me a second. I have to hit the right. Okay, yes. Dr. Hunte should be coming in now. She'll be, there she is. Okay, Dr. Hunte, I'm Judge Cooper, and I'm going to place you under oath. So if you'll raise your right hand, I'll place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed. Is this Mr. Gallagher?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good morning, doctor. If you could please provide the court with a brief outline of your training, your credentials and background, that would be most helpful.
I did my undergraduate schooling at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. I did my medical school there too. I also got a master's in public health at Emory University. Then I went on to my residency program at the University of Colorado in Denver. And then I've been practicing since I graduated from there.
And you're currently a licensed physician?
Yes, sir.
In what state?
It's Florida.
And how long have you been a licensed physician for?
7 years.
What kind of setting do you practice in?
I practice at a community hospital. I cover their pediatric unit and also do consultations in the emergency department. And then sometimes I go up to the children's hospital and serve as a hospitalist there too.
What are your specific areas of practice?
General pediatrics in the hospital settings. So I care for children from 0 to 21 years of age.
Do you treat patients with COVID in your practice?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start treating patients with COVID?
Last year, March 2020.
What are you seeing in terms of volume with your current COVID patient practice?
We've certainly seen an increase this year compared to last year. This year, I probably have 1 to 2 COVID patients a week, whereas last year I only had maybe 1 a month.
And is that in the community hospital setting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you seeing an increase in school-aged children presenting with COVID?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about the age range of children that you treat for COVID? Like, what's the youngest and what's the span on how old they top out at?
So probably the youngest this past week, I had a mother who gave birth to a child who had COVID. So that baby was like 0 and then a couple days old. And then I've taken care of a baby that's been 7 days old who had gone home and had to come back into the hospital because he had a fever with COVID. I've taken care of a couple of 3-month-old babies, some like 9-month-old babies. We've had some a little bit older, 12 years old, 15, 17 years old.
And when you have someone that's just a newborn, what's the term for that? Is that day of life? They call it day of life 1?
Day of life, yeah, day of life 0 when they're first born, and then day of life 1 and 2 and 3 subsequently.
So you've had patients that have had COVID at day of life 1?
Yes.
And with regard to those children that were newborns or in the day of life range or in the 1 month range, did they have any other comorbidities or other health issues?
No.
So they were otherwise healthy when born?
Yes.
Except for the COVID?
Yeah.
Any kind of unique issues or unique health concerns resulting from the COVID, aside from just the COVID infections?
We've seen some unexpected complications. We just last week we had a 17-year-old boy who also had acute pancreatitis with it. We've had younger children that my colleagues have taken care of at the Children's Hospital who've developed leukemia with their COVID. And then we've had teenagers who've had cardiac arrhythmias with it, or heart murmurs, or heart, yeah.
Sure. With regard to children that are under 12, do they have any greater risk of contracting COVID?
Yes, because they don't have the protection of the vaccine.
Are you familiar with the CDC recommendations for COVID masking in schools?
Yes.
And generally, what are those recommendations?
They recommend universal masking in schools regardless of vaccination status.
And do you agree with that recommendation?
Yes.
And same question with regard to the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations. What are those recommendations relative to masking in schools?
They also recommend universal masking. They feel like it's important for kids to go back to school in person, and that the risks of going back to school in person can be mitigated by following the CDC and WHO guidelines to help protect them while in school.
Would you say that part of your practice you would keep up on journals and current medical literature?
Yes.
And specific to the COVID area?
Yes.
Do you know of any scholarly articles or peer-reviewed articles or any kind of literature generally that does not endorse the mandatory masking in a school setting?
No, I don't know of any reputable peer-reviewed journal that is endorsing not masking in school.
In your opinion, is a mask a medical decision or is it a public health measure?
It's a public health measure.
If you have children in schools, will they wear masks?
Yes, I currently have a child in kindergarten and one in second grade, and they both wear masks to school.
And when you're home with them after school, do you engage with them without the masks being on?
Yes, when we're at home, inside our home, but when we go out, we wear masks.
I'll tender the witness to defense counsel.
Mr. Bean, I suppose. Okay, you may proceed.
Doctor, thank you for what you do for our community. We have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Doctor, thank you for appearing. You're released from being a witness. You, of course, are free to go about your business treating patients, or if you have some time, you're welcome to watch this on YouTube. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for appearing.
Thank you,
Doctor.
sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so it's 11. Do we have another witness?
Yes, we are trying to.
Yes, Your Honor. We're just trying to get Dr. Chrisman the Zoom link. I've got it for him right here. Hopefully he'll pop in right now.
Okay, about how long will this witness be?
Well, I know he used up some time this morning going through exhibits, but I'm going to do my best to meet the noon deadline.
All right. All right, just want to try to get everybody. I want to find if we can complete it before noon, so we won't have, I just don't want to go long past the lunch hour for lots of reasons. Some of us don't eat lunch. Some of us are required to eat lunch for various medical reasons. So I'm not going to inquire, but I just don't like to work through lunch. Plus,
I will keep an eye on the shot clock and try and get done by then.
Court reporter needs breaks too. Is the court reporter okay? You need a break? Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
I heard a bell, which I'm hoping was Dr. Chrisman.
Chrisman is on, and Dr. Is it Chrisman? Is that right?
Sorry, I can't see who's addressing me. But whoever it is, it's
I'm
it's
the guy
Tony
right up at the
Kreisman.
top of my screen, at least.
Okay, Tony Kreisman.
Oh, my, Dr. Kreisman. Okay. Dr. Kreisman, I'm the judge. And
Good morning, sir.
good morning. And I'm the one raising his hand. So if you'll raise your hand, I'll place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr.
Sheridan.
Sheridan. Okay.
Doctor, can you state your full name for me?
Sure, Tony Kreisman.
All right, and Dr. Kreisman, I'm going to do my best to finish with enough time for opposing counsel to cross before the noon hour. So I'm going to go a little bit quickly, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Okay. What is your area of practice?
I'm a pediatric pulmonologist.
All right. And are you board certified in pediatric pulmonology?
I'm board certified in general pediatrics and pediatric pulmonology.
What does being board certified in both of those respects entail?
Passing certifying examinations set up by the national bodies that administer them.
Can you give a brief explanation or overview of your education experience and any certifications that you hold that are relevant to your testimony here today?
I'm a medical doctor, graduated in Johannesburg, South Africa, many eons ago. I did an internship in South Florida, in Tampa, a residency there, a fellowship, which is a specialization in pediatric pulmonology in New Orleans at Tulane, returned to the Tampa area, rejoined USF, and have been with my current employer for 31 years.
What are your responsibilities with your current employer?
I see pediatric patients from 0 to age 18, sometimes a little older, with a range of lung disease.
Briefly explain for the court what a pulmonologist does.
Pediatric pulmonologist takes care of children with a range of lung disease, such as asthma, cystic fibrosis, infant lung disease, and a host of others.
Are you familiar with the process by which a person becomes infected with COVID?
Yes.
Can you explain?
Very similar to any other respiratory acquired virus. They inhale a load of viral particles from aerosols or droplets generated by another infected person. The virus attaches to receptors on their mucosa, the lining of their airways, and then replicates and multiplies.
When talking about the efficacy of masks, is it relevant the size of the COVID particle versus the size of the droplet through which the COVID particle travels?
There's two issues here. One is source and one is recipient. And by that, I mean, the first is the infected person who may be coughing out particles. Those are relatively large. They're not just viruses. They're encased in mucus, saliva, what have you. So those are fairly large particles, which could be adequately trapped by virtually any sort of approved mask. An unmasked person coughing all of that out would then spray these droplets across a room, across a distance, and the droplets would fall to the ground and maybe contaminate a surface, but the particles can become aerosolized, which means they can be suspended in the air and then inhaled. So there's many, many studies showing which masks are effective and which are not. That sort of ranges from, please don't wear the gaiter that you use to keep your neck from getting sunburned as an effective filter for incoming particles. It might slow down a little bit the outgoing stuff that you might cough out. Importance of all of that, please wear a mask, whether you're the unknown infected person or the person trying to protect yourself from infection, because the data supports doing that.
Are you familiar with CDC protocols regarding prevention of spread of COVID?
I am.
And would you characterize them as layered, meaning there's a number of precautions that they're suggesting being taken?
Exactly. Masks are one element.
What are some of the other elements?
Distancing, hand washing, ventilation, air exchange, getting vaccinated.
With children under the age of 12, are they able to get vaccinated?
Not as yet.
And with schools not allowing a virtual or remote component to learn, them being in the same classroom, how does that impact the ability to distance?
Makes it very difficult.
Okay. Are you familiar with how successful the public schools have been in filtration or ventilation in their AC systems?
I'm not familiar with that. I know that some have attempted it. I know that that will be a little bit more difficult as the hot weather continues.
So would it be your opinion that masking is the most uniform protocol that can be taken throughout the schools for our children?
I think it's probably one of the more important ones.
Okay. Are you familiar with the AAP?
American Academy of Pediatrics, yes.
And do you follow their recommendations?
Yes.
What are their recommendations as far as masking in school?
Very similar. Mask, social distance, ventilate if possible, hand washing.
Do you know of any credible scientific or medical data that masking can cause harm to children?
No.
What's your understanding as far as the volume of those infected in fall of 20 versus fall of 21?
The volume has changed dramatically, especially in our state. The Delta variant, as you know, became the prevalent variant sometime early in July. The change in that prevalence was reflected by admission rates and positive test rates at the hospital where I work. From a very low number, under 20 in July for the whole month, they multiplied by a factor of 15. I beg your pardon, in June was the low number. They multiplied by a factor of 15 for July, and we're still gathering data for August, which is continuing to exceed that rate of change.
Are you familiar with the Delta variant?
Yes.
To your knowledge, when did that become a primary concern in the state of Florida?
Sometime around the beginning of July.
Okay. Would any of the CDC researches or studies done prior to the Delta variant coming about in July have the same gravity as those conducted after that fact?
The gravity of the studies should now be multiplied because it's well known that Delta is significantly more contagious. It's been allied to chickenpox in terms of how contagious it can be.
Do you have any opinions regarding the assertion that COVID deaths or COVID diagnoses have been misreported or overreported?
I have heard that stated. The current number of deaths in the United States is stated by multiple authorities as just higher than 630,000 people. If you annualize that, that's about 400 deaths per year. If you compare that to the flu, in a bad year, we may have 80,000 deaths. So that's a factor of 5. If you then say that the number of deaths has been misrepresented, I don't know how it could have been misrepresented by a factor of 5. You have to dilute down the COVID deaths by a factor of 5 to even approach flu deaths. So I don't give much credence to those reports.
Do you feel that mask wearing in schools would result in a worse, the same, or better outcome as far as the spread of COVID?
Hard to see how it would make it worse. The two big options which are being debated then, would it stay the same or would it get better? There's a lot of literature stating that it would get better. There's certainly some literature saying it wouldn't make much difference. The MMWR report from Georgia suggested that mask use, ventilation use were all layers and that they would each have an significant impact on decreasing spread.
Do you have any concerns regarding a potential economic impact of not having mask mandates in schools?
As a pediatrician, what comes to mind is the barrage of phone calls that we've been getting from parents who are scared and who are reporting to us that their children who are unvaccinated because of age now have COVID, and what should they do? Their economic fears are compounded by the fact that one parent possibly has to then take off work. Even if the child isn't ill, they have to quarantine with the child or stay home with the child. If we had better prevention for children who can't be vaccinated, I imagine, this is just my opinion, that the economic impact to these parents would be significant in that they would not have to miss work.
Do you know of any medical association or society that does not endorse mask use for indoor schools currently?
I don't.
Do you feel that mask use is a healthcare decision, a public health decision? Do you have any opinion as to whether or not it's a medical device?
It's a public health decision in that none of us is an island. We have all these children under 12 years old that need protection from all of us that can be vaccinated. It's a medical decision in that there's good data showing that it works. And it's coming back to a public health decision. We've been there with polio, we've been there with smallpox, we've been there with diphtheria. We've immunized vast quantities of children to the point that these diseases no longer exist, and we have difficulty teaching our residents about them. I don't see why we can't do the same in a multi-layered approach to taking care of the current virus.
And who do masks protect in a classroom setting?
Well, we come back to source versus recipient. The children can cough out virus, even though there's certainly studies that show that they're not as contagious to adults. I don't know how relevant that is to Delta with the more contagious variant now upon us. They can certainly help protect their teachers who may or may not be vaccinated or who may or may not be immunocompromised. And they can protect their fellows from getting the virus, acquiring it, not necessarily being symptomatic, but going out into the community or their parents and infecting them.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions. I tender the witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Bean,
Thank you. Doctor, has COVID-19 virus been scientifically studied as much as polio?
Clearly not.
Would you agree that the science around COVID-19 continues to evolve?
Absolutely. That's why the recommendations continue to evolve.
Doctor, have you personally conducted any type of scientific study on the efficacy of mask wearing by students in the classroom?
No, I have not.
Doctor, in your declaration, do you remember the declaration you signed for this case?
I do.
And by the way, Doctor, you work at the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, correct?
I do work there, but I'm appearing solely in my own capacity.
I didn't mean to infer that. Your contemporaries, is Dr. Dumois a contemporary?
Correct.
And Dr. Quigley?
Correct.
Okay, do you know Dr. Unash?
I do not.
In your declaration, Doctor, you cite to a New York Times opinion article. Do you recall that article?
I do.
Okay, and that involved a North Carolina school study, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall whether in that study they had a control group of students that did not wear a mask?
They alluded to that in the study, I believe, and that they did not have a significant control.
Right. So they had to look to other states. Is that correct?
That is correct. I can actually, I'm sure you have the article in front of you. I can bring it up as well so that I can refresh exactly what they said.
Sure. For time purposes, I'll just read the paragraph,
Sure, go ahead.
the sentence that I'm referring
which
to.
exhibit are we looking at?
I don't know that it's an exhibit, Your Honor. It's a declaration.
Plaintiffs
Besides-
two, I believe.
Declaration. Okay,
Sorry, Mr. Gallagher, I'm
I
sorry.
believe plaintiffs two, probably.
minus 2, hold on.
Your Honor, for time purposes, I think it's just one question, one sentence, but I think the
Okay.
doctor knows. Thank you.
All
So
right,
the sentence that says, because North Carolina had a mask mandate for all K through 12 schools, we could not compare mask schools to unmasked schools. Do you recall that?
That's correct. Did you want to quote the other sentence from that study, though?
Well, there's a lot to, and it's already in evidence.
Okay.
But if, it's in evidence. I just wanted to, the control group is important for a scientific study though, right?
That is correct. They do reference other situations where they did make comparisons, but not to the numbers that they generated from the North Carolina study.
Right. And we don't know what the ventilation is for all those different school sites, correct, in North Carolina?
Absolutely not.
We don't know about the ages that they were testing, right?
We know that simply the grades that they were attending.
Yes, sir. Have a moment, Your Honor.
yes.
Doctor, thank you for what you do for our community. The defendants have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Dr. Kreisman, was there another sentence from that report you wanted to reference?
I could reference that they state that data from their research and other studies in 3 other states that school transmission rates were lower when schools enforced mask mandates. They also quote data from Israel stating something similar. And I believe, Mr. Bean, you introduced the MMWR report from Georgia, which was November through December last year, which stated that multi-layered approach to viral prevention in our schools was important and that layering should include adequate ventilation and masking. They stressed that both of those were important.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, since he brought that up, I didn't bring it up, but may I, since he
He
brought it up?
asked to quote and you wouldn't let him, so is this a proper recross?
Your Honor, he brought up the Georgia study of the CDC.
Okay, go, you can ask him a question, go ahead.
And did the CDC report of May 21 that studied the Georgia schools doctor not say that there was no appreciable difference between those students that wore masks and those students that were unmasked?
It said that, and then it said that there was a difference with ventilation and there was a difference with masking. Its ultimate conclusion was that they were both very effective measures that should be introduced in a layered fashion.
But ultimately, it comes down to the parent's choice in this state, correct? Does the parent control the healthcare decisions for their child in this state?
Sir,
Action to the form of the question as a healthcare decision. I think he testified it wasn't a healthcare decision. It's a
Is
public
there-
health decision.
Do you have an objection?
Form.
Are you asking me, Your Honor, or the counsel?
Counsel, do you have an objection or not?
Yes, to form.
Okay, what's the form that's incorrect?
He didn't establish a predicate. He's qualifying as it a healthcare decision. The doctor testified it wasn't a healthcare decision.
And I'm just simply testing that.
I'm sorry, I thought he was asking for a legal opinion, but overruled, there's no objection as to legal. There's no such objection available, pending, so overruled. He can answer if he can.
Would you mind just restating the question briefly, please?
Sure. Yeah, the question was, under the state statute, isn't the healthcare decision up to the parent for their minor child, assuming that it's within the law?
If I may, I think that's a philosophical question as well as a legal question. The impact of one's parent decision for their child is not only upon that child, it is on the greater community. It's upon their immunosuppressed teacher, upon their immunosuppressed colleagues. If this were a non-contagious disorder like tetanus, then you could say to a parent, you're free not to get a tetanus shot for your child. But the parent's decision doesn't only have an impact on their own child, it's a global decision. It has an impact on society.
So how much of one's individual liberty is society willing to interfere with, right?
Sir, I believe we could debate that for a long, long time.
Right. And I don't think we have time, but that's, thank you, doctor. You've been very kind.
Doctor, thank you for appearing, and you're relieved from any further necessity to be available to testify. But if you wish, you can watch this on YouTube. You're able to watch the proceeding now if you wish. If not, you may go about your business as you choose. But thank you for appearing.
You're very welcome, Your Honor, and thank you. I'm going to go and see a few patients.
Okay, that's probably better than watching me on YouTube.
Some days might be debatable.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Counsel, do we have another witness, or should we break for lunch at this time?
I think breaking is probably the best idea. We don't have another witness now.
Okay, why don't we come back at a quarter? This is where math always gets in my way. In 1 hour, as I understand, that's a quarter till 1. Have I calculated it correctly, Mr. Abel? Okay, quarter till 1, we'll be back. Okay, thank you. See you in 1 hour. For the Zoom, YouTube people, I'm not terminating the hearing. We're just suspending for an hour. I'm not turning my Zoom off. I'm just muting it and closing my camera, and we'll be back in an hour.
Your Honor, for purposes of our witnesses, Mr. Gallagher, did you say you were done with witnesses, or do you have another witness?
That's correct. We completed our witnesses.
Okay.
Okay, so defense, I would be ready to have witnesses when we come back.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Have a good lunch, everybody.
and go back to my life. I'm not forget up to do nothing. Blessed love, blessed, blessed, blessed. I get a good time rasta ja. Me reach home for cook my bully beef. Yeah, cook bully beef and rice. Mama, one long time I no cook that. Cause one time my daughter me cook and beef and give on my daughter and it to me and poison. So I no bother fuss about canned beef again. I will eat it, but a long time I no cook it. Me will eat it. Mm-hmm. Big up everybody, big up everybody, big up everybody. What a festivity last night with Melissa. Mama, I never afraid this morning me I read. So my comment there me and Melissa live because I dey wake up. After me done pray there. I no more sleep. After me done and I read them night before the day. I pop up, me say, I go and bad. I go and bad in I comment. Lord God, I'm telling you, put fun and joke aside. I show me love laugh. But don't be surprised if Melissa find love. Melissa, open up your eye and know if I love. You understand? Because you're a chirpy little girl. Full of vibes. You make me laugh. Last night, I want to laugh, you know. But me have to try fight the laugh, you know, Mel. When you come on and I talk to the guy, you know. You understand? So, um, so me just read out some of the comment them, Mel. I hope you find love, Melissa. Please find love, Melissa. You deserve it. Me want me read one comment when me laugh. Said somebody said then Melissa 15 years now she don't have no man. That means after she has 16. Gonna be cautious with the comment them you hear. Auntie, me did a laugh. Me just a laugh, you know, with no pun intended. Me just a laugh along so that then give me laughing tail. And the whole I did a laugh to no can say. Ono can say I me alone did a laugh. You know, so Melissa, where you find love. Good morning, Vanish. Morning, everybody. Oh. Last night did well festive. Melissa wouldn't find her husband to love her. Melissa would find her husband. Yeah, man, I hope so. And she not find nobody with faith. Melissa have sense, you know. Oh, she have sense, she sensible, so she knows say she fit pick nonsense out of sense. Pick sense out of nonsense. You understand? So, alright. Yeah, what? Then lay down now. You're the one thing I place light up. Blanca shop. After my house well festival smell nice and clean, your teen I'm a ball out. But then I feel like I want to lay down in here. Why? Father Bana will stop you from lie down and relax. My teen I feel like I want to lay down. Why? Anybody with a comfortably in your teen, anybody come in here well relaxed. Why? God, my friend I used to work at airport, you know, back in the days. And my friend them come here that time, me the walk up all big jalopy AC, them big old AC where drain water from here to Jericho. I'm coming a clean freak, you know. You know me get packed down in a plank of people. And me say, and my friend them come here, so they don't want to come out, you know. Everybody want a whole bed. Everybody want to stay go in my kitchen. Cause no care when me not have, no care if me broke, no care if me hungry. My place have to welcoming. My place have to clean and festive. Why, Tina, me no wrong you lock the door and lie down, my friend. Relax. No come out to the stay up here. Me I tell her nothing wrong. People last night, so you see me once, say wake up and what? You're waiting live, yeah. Ah, Jesus, Tina, say me feel like me want to lay down in here. Lay down, Tina. I want the bed. I went to bed early too. I missed the life. I mean, if I start doing that, you miss out something. You have to go watch it dead live. Over here, it festive. Festive word. You understand? Sleep and wake up, Auntie Dana. Still on lockdown. So the place clean and fresh. Me can eat in my bathroom. Yeah. Yeah, so you have to do it when your bathroom liquid for festive. And when your kitchen liquid for festive. If you walk in here, you smell nice things. If you feel cool and light in your place. That's why they can't come for me, no kind of one of them come for me, send them go clean out. First place me, I send them under them bed. Go clean out it. Cause my grandmother say if you clean out and you're under your bed, no clean, you no clean. Yeah. My granny say if you clean out your house and you no clean out under your bed, your place no clean. And move. When me a clean, me move out everything out of each room. And wipe down. And change up. And clean. Until then, me did really want to sleep last night. To me too. Me did really want to sleep. Yeah, friend. Me fall asleep miss last night live. You know, me just the command for us. So be tired of walk, go around. What happened? The love was festive. I feel all I who miss it when I forgot watch it live this morning. Cause we join Love Connection 2 person in a so we must well, you know, so that's how we do it when they call in and say they like they one another. I make them see they one another, we see them to attack. Me not tell no lie. Me feel like when him Ocean did that tell me lie, do Ocean say him no know about Melissa. And Ocean, if there's a planka, you see from last week Melissa a program up to get a man. And you depend it from 1 month to look a woman. So you must know Melissa. I mean, I want you to tell me no like I want my planka said, Dana, that girl I look love, I whoop. Or she now look visa, her green card. I hope if Melissa come to Jamaica, he walk with her hand in hand on the street. He walk with her hand in hand and make him friend them see. You understand? So you know why you come to you think you can go find. You understand? So well no, wait. Yeah. Auntie Dana, can you do some calling for some credit? You have credit? Me no credit. Mr. Sir used to give me credit for you a long time. A long time, me not get no credit. The other day I do well with some, you know. Me no credit, Blanca. Me watch it dead early this morning. Why we not have to watch it? Anybody see any stars that come up? Call no me not see it. None if I you on my page. Which part? You see stars? Me not see no stars. All right. Melissa too rude her mouth disgusting. She need to fix that. But she said she read the comment wrong, remember? Anybody, any planka we miss last night, you know, go back, go watch it. You know, go back, go watch it. Yeah. It's couple time. Yeah, you can't miss class. My lord, me just clean out under my bed. Mama, time I run through my house and pray. Yeah. And if people them want to send things in my inbox and I send link and I send. Me I beg you no please, me send. Me's not a blogger, here or a vlogger or whatever you want. Miss Dana go me do charity. I don't discuss people. I want if you not watch me from you know me. I don't bring people problem over my page and I don't talk about people and I don't discuss people. If me say me watch the page also, I don't take up people topic and bring it or people things or anything and bring it over here. We talk about our own ideas, we own us to plank a shop business, love connection, ask anybody about this page. We not go up our platform and whole table talk and deal with the people them pan it and I deal with plank a shop business. Alright? I am not a news reporter, neither am I a vlogger. Alright? I don't vlog about people. If you don't want to discuss people business or anything about people, a whole heap of what you call the word? Vlogger in a social media. Whole heap. You never see me a whole topic from people yet? Alright. So me I beg you no, for the hunting time. Don't call my phone with about nobody. Whether good, bad, indifference. And don't message me about nobody. I talk about my own planka business over here. Alright? And if I go take COVID, I talk about it. And I encourage you to go take vaccine because the country I run now. And if you don't want to go, I can't tie you up like goat or pig or cow and carry you. Figure take it. But I encourage you to take it. You understand? Alright. Connect me to Pitbull. You mad Corona, you want your mother-in-law come for me like the last time. Mercy. Corona. You want your mother-in-law fly over your for me like the last time. Keep your kid quiet, Corona. No, sir. What Corona set me up for in a day, your plan cash up. You know, remember last time I talked about Corona? Your mother-in-law say his son sit down there. And your mother-in-law watch. Yeah. 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 So me I beg you no people say me I tell you this morning me alright, you know. And when me take up my phone for answer, I saw me just a lock down people out of my phone. I call me and tell me who they on them live or who I call me name and who not call me name and you know business with people and then live, man. You no leave me alone, man. I make me head chip, man. Cause I tell you now already, me not business with nobody more than myself. Don't you know see people whole life for my name? You know see me come back over here come whole life for them name? Me I beg you no leave me alone. Me no mix up. Ask anybody when you me's not a mix up person. Anything when me I say it, I'm done. I want bex and no bex. Me no come over here with and call my phone no big woman. When me looking at my phone and I be a big woman, no man nah call me at nothing. I uno just a come with mix. I go and black uno know me, you know me a mad smaddy. Oh, me no join bangarang and mix up. Hello, morning.
Is Miss Paula this?
No, this is not Miss Paula. This is Miss Dana.
Lord Jesus. Miss Dana, every time I call, forget you and can't get you.
Okay.
Just hear you still on all of them things that Miss Auntie Dana. I always watch you.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Auntie
Me
Dana.
dey on my live, yeah?
You're on live?
Yeah.
What's up? Auntie Dana, you have to get her. I'm trying to call her, I can't get her. Auntie Dana, this. Say hello, no? Auntie Dana, Lord Jesus.
Morning.
Yes, Miss Auntie Dana. All the time I try to get treat you, I can't get to Miss Dana.
Yeah.
Just to hear your voice.
Lord Jesus.
Listen to me.
Yes.
You understand? Me know you're up on your live and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You have to think that I'm not really call me name or anything. Why may I tell you, I watch you every single day.
Thank you.
All of them things there, I'm glad for you. Even though you have some crosses people come for you live and make you get mad sometimes. Because you're a January woman like myself, you know?
Mm.
You're the 24th of January. You
Yeah.
understand? So I can't pay them my Miss Auntie Dana. But I'm not telling a lie. One time I tried to get them, I couldn't get them. I call them, why am I feeling glad on my heart a bit fast?
Lord Jesus, bless up yourself.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Yeah. You know, every day we talk about them something, yeah. But yeah, you no get it in our thick skull. Me is not the type of friend. And me is not the type of person who no call with people business. Put it out, rest it out of veranda. I have to go find somewhere pretty. Hang it, because I place them full up. Me is not the type of somebody to sit down upon people, phone and done people. And me is not the type of person who no call in with people business to me. Because I will out to no lamp. Because I am very much like that. Ask any one of my team member, ask anybody when know Dana Marie go and them tell you, say, me not chat people. Because me tell you see people when people are chat, one somebody can't chat. And I see them if you go chat somebody with me, I say you go chat me with somebody else. So from me know myself, ask anyone of my friend them. Not come to me with no mix up on people business. Morning, Tommy. Tommy? Yeah.
Well, go on, you alright?
Yeah, I'm alright. I just had a green smoothie.
Oh my God. I've got a little problem here. Someone want to know if your antenna can pick up while going up the road for me.
All right. I got to get a pencil. You know, find one pen or one pencil there. Me say like festive boss. Tina coming in there. A Flowers will say the pen make you pick up your signal. Why? Why you want me to pick up in the morning, you Tommy? Yeah?
Just to get your pen to come. So why going up the road for me there?
Well on there. Me see where me can see. I wonder if I open the ear the pen to figure out down on my inside. All right, me see if it a connect. Well, me see I go cook and beef and rice with me sasar. Well, me don't know me see corned beef and rice.
Hey, Mr. Hey, tell Melissa that she be careful enough because you see that.
Yes, me I go call her and put sense. She dey pan here no cause Melissa no miss no live. Me I go call her and tell her if you tread cautiously.
Right. I need to understand why is it when the woman them when them they are foreign and them have to do the traveling, why the man them don't make the effort to get a visa and travel?
That me I say.
I that them look fun because if them really want to be connected, the man them have to do something, so don't they?
Yeah. True.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Pick up yourself.
All right. Go cook. Yes, it's my spirit, my antenna that pick up right. Why? Fanabad. Those hey, Planka people. Yeah. We have a nice time over here. We don't have time for chat people or take up people problem or take up people business. We don't do that in a Planka shop. Never have we ever done that. And the real Planka, they know that. Embassy not giving no blight to us, man. What you say? That's how I don't want people to marry too, no. Well, Melissa, they all me a warn you and I tell you, say. Somebody say Melissa is in the front of his, what? Ocean working in the front of his home. He's not an idler. Melissa can call him at any time. Rasta, hold on and make me decline this. So then put up Ocean yard, yeah. Ocean a fix up in garden. See that somebody send it come. Melissa then say you can call in any time to Rasta, ja. Yeah, that means you got no woman no there figure no problem. Hello? Yeah, there this is somebody hang up. Well, you turn on the AC? Put that on this. Yeah, go in there, go get the cup. Cool out your heart. Yeah. I'm never afraid in a John shop. I hold the fan and the AC on. I'm never afraid. You smell like vanilla ice cream. Tommy. Yes, me could take little call. Me well festive in idea. Nobody for come. Hello?
Hi, pleasant morning, Miss Donna.
Yeah, morning on the live.
Okay, it's a pleasure. The name is Mitzi.
Who name Mitzi?
I'm Mitzi Mitchell. I was the lady that was pepper sprayed in Maple and Clarendon.
Yes, so?
Auntie Donna.
Yes.
Yes. Just for a quick brief moment, I want to say big up to the Blanca family, and I want to say big up to you and the great work that you have been doing.
Yes.
And I'd just like to take this moment. I've been seeing a lot of people coming across to say, oh.
No, hold on, miss. Hold on. Pepper spray business and me, we don't discuss the, I just talking about it. We don't discuss these things on the platform right over here. This is the Planka shop where we talk about Planka business. We don't discuss yarn police and them things they over here. We talk about love connection, charity house building and those things. Might be you have to get a vlogging channel for that. You hear people will discuss those things. All right?
Thank you, my darling.
Yes. All right. I remember I was just talking over here, so I'm not a vlogger and I don't vlog over here. So you'd have to find a vlogging channel like the vlogger them where we'll talk about certain things. I am not a vlogger nor a blogger. You understand? I talk about my problem over here, Planka shop business, and we give a little joke and we run and we talk. You understand? This platform is not for those things. All right. How would this you know? All right, well, so certain thing you don't call over here. You have to call the radio station or the police or your lawyer. Or make it to the relevant authority. Yes, I don't even know who get pepper spray from who not get pepper spray. Good morning.
Good morning, Auntie Donna.
Yes.
I called for you to pick me up for my birthday.
What?
Calling from Brooklyn.
Happy birthday. What is your name?
This is baby mother from Park Place.
Big up baby mother. Happy birthday to baby mother from Park Place.
Okay, have a blessed day.
Thank you. You know what I want you people to understand, Auntie Donna? I've been doing this little channel here for 2.5 years now, right? And when I start out, I never take up people problem over here. Only problem I take up for people is the one them that are helping. I want you to understand that if you don't have certain, I notice everybody calling here because as according to the John public, when you say over here is a big platform and whole heap of people watch over here. That is how you want to come join me in a bangara. Everything what happen in and around the world, you want to bring it over Planka shop. Planka shop, we sell half-pound, quarter-pound, big jill, quarter bread, 2 pound and one, and those things. You understand? This is a shop. This is not a wholesale. So for certain things you want to buy or certain things you want to discuss, you have to go to the mainstream supermarket them and the big wholesale we distribute in bulk. over here we do little things, all right? So please me I beg you any legal thing, anything that is not pertaining to planka shop. Don't bring it up planka shop. You understand? It's not everything we do over here. We do planka business, all right? And please bear in mind that I am not a blogger. All right. Morning.
Morning, Auntie Donna.
Yes.
Auntie Donna, you can't do that now. You can't come with a stiff life hours a night time. Remember, for some of the hours are in now.
That me I say. Lord,
Keep up like Tommy feet.
what me, you don't know say? You don't know say me have to go get back Melissa or Shane pan the live again for the dear people them.
Last night at 12 o'clock our time.
All right. Me I go try get them to connect up in a day.
I forgot to tell we are remedy. Come and know that she not sleep.
Yes.
No, that's true.
Tammy never did depend it. Tammy never depend it in her this morning. She watch it.
Oh, me. You have to go watch the dead. I'm watching the damn thing. Me hear you come on thing. You know you will time to watch the dead.
All right. Guess what no? But them me not go sleep man and wake up back.
No, I'm for everybody they want my jacket because today you have to come with something festive and early today because tomorrow you're going back on the road.
All right. Yeah, tomorrow me not really I go road. Me have an interview for deal with something and then Thursday me have a shooting.
The house done clean and fresh. We need a festive life today.
We have to wait till when my beard later. All right. When my beard later, I'm come back. I'm not ready for wake up out of my bed yet, you know. After me done the live, I go back to sleep.
We are 1 hour ahead of you, not 3 hours more. Some place more hours.
I wish by you there. Planka, you want to see how she pretty? You want to see how my planka them nice and clean. I like the red dress here where you have on. All right, bless up.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, planka people, everything we no call you with. Hello, good morning.
Hello, Auntie, how you doing?
I am fine.
This is Miss Carol from Old Harbor.
Wagwan, Miss Carol, bless up yourself.
Yeah, bless up, Auntie, I'm here. You're so hard to get.
Lord Jesus.
I want to come and link you about next week for some stuff for Miss Marcia.
You know, as you talk, me just talk to them and they say the fridge tap work completely. So me I call one fridge man and he say, nah, come out and yard car. The little money where I go work for fix the fridge. For see if he can fix it, he can go take it, go pay. So me beg them to pack up the things. Ask Trishana if she can put on the things in the fridge. Yeah, him say Trishana take them from him. Him say stop work. Me feel true. Them move with it might be jerk up. I might be the gas dash for out tight or something. Cause him say it stop work. So me go get the fridge man. Me call him already, but he said, Dana, as much as me like you, tomorrow before me left my yard. Cause he say I want to drive for go up there and police stop him.
Yeah, man, because the police them really serious on the road here, you know.
Yeah. Then see you. But me say bus around, cause guess what, police can't lock you up so easy out there today, you know. Cause me see one heap of people will walk up and down, say them are going to take injection. So police not going to lock up nobody so easy. Cause stadium open up wide.
To take them COVID tests and they were saying today them should do it, but me say no, so I'm not going on.
No man, the government give them permission because me when me in me hear people are call me and I say, Dana, and me say, oh, them say you make me go take injection, you know, me gone up a stadium. And me say, no, I'm not today. And them say, yes. Up a stadium, open up arena, I give injection, then gone, all heap of them. Come call me this morning. Yeah. No, if remember say bus around Corona, I may ask them if them have pass and them say no. Up a stadium, them are go forgot take joke. The Prime Minister said them forgot they go take joke today. So me glad they go. Enough for them. And then say me take it too and them come and me gate come say Dana me I go take joke. Yeah. Everybody want the country to come back, yeah.
You don't feel how you be say, all right, me have to take the chance on my daughter. She take it up and came and anyway, me want you give a shout out to my daughter.
Yeah.
Who came and today is her birthday, Jodian.
All right. I know. Look, I 1 year now. Me buy that fridge there for them, so me can't carry it back. A 6-month warranty. That's when them just come on the program and then get them money before me even start build house for them. Remember saying no. When them just come on the program, them did a bank them money and then did that the way they want, do with their money. As somebody commenting, I comment. So me for care. And then I made this say to them, say for save them money. Miss Marcia them house done quick, you know. Me dey buy the washing machine, the fridge, the TV, and me dey tell them say for bank them money. You understand? So I went now me go down there and the landlord said them to come out and so I saw them get out. So that warranty or guarantee gone. But me feel say the gas out tight would a leak out because them put it up in the truck. So me can't bring back the fridge.
So shout out Jody for me, the auntie on her birthday today. She came on, my daughter.
Yeah, big up yourself, Jody. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, she always calling you.
Yeah. Yes. Happy birthday. Me know Jody, man.
You know Jody. I know you know Jody.
Yeah.
You know our girl.
And this is the lady from Ola, but we always donate to me and bring water and give me money to give out and something on the program. She donate to everybody. Yeah, when Osa Bill, she come with. Yeah?
There's some stuff for Miss Marcia, so I'll be in well next week.
Yeah, you bring them. Yeah, man, and you can go up there and drop them off. Yes, I'm sending you up them.
I would love to meet her.
Yeah, come in and take nothing now, you know, I want to just drop them off up there and so.
Yeah, man, we love them so much. Our Jody love them so much.
Yeah, everybody love them, man.
Yes, you know. So anyway, auntie.
Yes.
You know, so I'm here just going sitting and watching some TV. You know, me too old for go down where I know for them go lock up my sister.
Yeah, no. Then now lock you up, come here, say everywhere over Jamaica, you don't take vaccine. Once a vaccine you go take, then now lock you up.
I take no chance, auntie, when it big done and them say, well, we can't go up in the road, no time.
Yeah.
They go see what, you know. So you take care now, auntie, and all the best.
All right. Yes.
I know being well here, mama.
Yeah.
I my baby love you.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hello, good morning. Pitbull, wagwan. I'm fine. You know, if you have appointment, forget the joke, you know, the Prime Minister say anybody can go up there without an appointment, because that's why enough people did that stay away from go get joke. Because them did that say they have no computer and this to go up on no line. So then say you can have to go up online again. Now hang out nothing, you just go straight in there and get the farm. And if you don't understand the farm, them have people up there that will assist you. I mean, this is the soldier, them stand up and help people for plug in. You know? People will like chatting. Me this is the soldier, them a fridge me that go say for plug in, you know. Me this is somebody soldier, them I help people and pull out farm. Who that? Come now. How are this? Oh, thanks. Hi, Pitbull.
No, somebody say hi to you,
Are you sweet? Are the planka wife this?
Yes, morning.
Well, Pitbull don't want to show your picture, but we hear your voice. So this is Pitbull connection when you get over planka shop, yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, Dana.
Yeah, what up? What's cooking? So look here, like how Pitbull there, I never want to see your picture. Me can't get one little glimpse of your face on the video, yeah. You know,
yes, you can.
Hey! Well, sister transparency work. Make sure sweet up. So we no. You know your brother and sister them writing I be So look, you know, like one of me wanna watch and it, you know, when the teacher teach in a classroom, they like when me put things on the board, they understand it 1 + 1 = 2. Me can't make them get a little glimpse of you. Eh? What kind of pause in a go on ya? Eh? Me can't get a little, then see a little glimpse of you. You're reaching a bed? No, sir.
Not yet.
So you reach down there, you're reaching a bed. Over your festive. Fit Pitbull. Why your name King to Rasta? Why she talk? Pitbull and she was once like you know. Them was once like looking in, looking out, looking even better in the planka shop. And right over your connection, I go and watch a big bed where she I wonder if anything I go on over in my bed there. No, sir. Why me love this show to hey, you know, me say to Rasta Jah, me love this show. How you reaching a bed so quick? I lie down for take rest. Eh?
Yes.
Oh, no make, cause then say you must wait till you're married, you know. Pitbull. I wonder if you might taste water over there. You put on any kettle in the kitchen, in the room for morning. I wonder if any water, Pitbull. I went there. What are we? You comfortably in a bed? Me think you're going in the living room, go sit down there and say tea. You know, so when you bring visitor to your house, this coughing. Hold on there. Me just instantly cough. My grandmother always say when visitor come to your house, he's either upon the veranda, in the front yard, or the living room. I never hear first time visitor find the bed. So all I can say, people look like him testing the water to see how deep the ocean is. Fish, people, them a ball to see why one little part or foot or her hand. Them have to wait till when the wedding a go on.
Yes.
Make we see what even your mouth part no. Make we see make them just even see the bedded for them a ball for sister transparency work and she look like something wrong with her this morning. She freeze.
Okay, they can see better.
All right, hold on there. The bedded the bedded now show good, you know, remember? Fix up and make them see what I bedded no. Lord Jesus. Make them see what look part of your hand. Hold up your hand towards the bedded now. Remember, you know, she at work. Because she said she want her student them. Make them see what look part of your hand now. Ah, Jesus. All right. I take her off for you. Because she want, what you say, when the wedding day? Eh?
Yes. Yes.
What you say?
They will see me soon.
Yeah. Lord Jesus. All right, them I go see so engagement party I keep. Eh?
Yeah.
Lord God, Pitbull, me proud of you. I am so proud. I am.
That's my son.
Him dead too?
Yeah.
Mine you making John in the water, you know.
No,
Do me.
that's all.
Okay, I mean no water the fittest and so. So your son are how old?
8.
Okay, so you come meet him father-in-law, in future father-in-law.
Yes.
Oh God. Boy, me love the planka shop. Me love the planka shop. Lord Jesus. Then can't make you see her, you know, your woman say. in June season. Why? So, look how much the phone drop out of me and to go show you. Behave yourself, man. You know what? She willfully drop out of me and the while. As me, stop it, man. Jesus. Why? Why? Oh, a stepfather. I'm going to say father-in-law, you know, me mouth miss. Lord God. So how long no? All right, me could do a little interview for Planka Shop. Hold on. We my bed nice, me never know if it's set tonight. How long now you meet Pitbull?
From I start talking to him after you put out his number. And after you put the number out, like a month after I call him.
So that's how long?
We like November, but we start talking like in January.
Wow. Wow. So that is the first time now you're meeting him?
No, this is the third time.
Wow. And third time is at the first time you reach on the bed.
He's at my house.
Rastaja. Pitbull live in Florida where you live?
Connecticut.
Rastaja plane take for reach up. Oh, it's the first time you reaching by your bed.
This is the second time he's coming in Connecticut.
Oh, and the second time I come in your bedroom.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, because you know sometimes you guests come and stay in a living room and watch TV. Or on the veranda you got for them cold drinks. But when they reach a bedroom now you give them breakfast in bed, you know. It is a good look. Yes. I can see that. So him get breakfast in bed and that is so nice. Pitbull, when there?
See me here.
Yes. Pitbull?
Yeah.
I can see you is a nice future father-in-law. Oh, and I hear the little one calling and talking in there. I can see the whole family happy. Yeah. And I want to say on behalf of as the Planka boss, on behalf of the Planka Nation, congratulations, and we welcome you too.
Thank you.
So we can look out for another Planka wedding soon.
Yes.
Okay. So can we have another Planka Melissa and Ocean going in? So we want to see which wedding we have to go to first. All right, Pitbull boy, your voice name is so powerful again. I don't know what take it with this morning, yeah. But all the best and God bless you. Know you hear?
Thank you, Auntie Donna.
Like how you give him breakfast in bed this morning and not give him nothing more, make him go out the door. Go back out on the veranda, the patio if you don't have none, forget lunch. Not give him so much thing in our bedroom.
Oh, he came not too long ago.
Oh, Lord God, so you eat breakfast already?
No.
All right, me go hang up now, make you look after breakfast.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Auntie Donna.
Love you no.
Love you too.
All right.
Bye.
Yes. Why? Foreign and foreign link. That is a foreign connection. You know, we get whole heap of local connection, but some of them don't want me talk over here. Me get a local connection with you. The lady said me can talk and she come here and look for me. And I never feel like it right. So I don't want to talk. You know. I can't make it stay. That kind of connection is complicated. So we go and keep that. But all kind of connection make. You understand? Because she come for the weekend. She left one up there and come here for your connection. She not married, you know. So she meet somebody on the phone and she fly down and come at the Pegasus. I hotel her name up on New Kingston. One of them big hotel we go way up in the sky near Emancipation. when you pass emancipation, not the Marriott, the Neanderthal one up in the sky. Yes, cause she did invite me to come for lunch, but I couldn't reach. And she said, don't bring Sister Transparency. And I said, if I can't bring her, it don't make sense me come. Because I don't travel without her. Hello, good afternoon. I'm on it now. You're on the live, you here?
Good afternoon, Auntie Dana.
Yeah, you're on the live.
Okay, Auntie Dana. Okay.
What you saying?
Pitbull,
Yeah?
Pitbull son, happy man.
They no must. No see man I get breakfast in her bed. He must happy.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, calling from Portland.
All right, bless up yourself.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
love the video them. We need to have connection too.
I'm never afraid. You know, so we are gonna have that segment there later. When we are gonna have that segment there later.
All right, so we call back later. I'm on the phone screen there.
Are you that? So, what kind of man you are look? What kind of boyfriend or husband you looking?
Well, as long as they're nice, I have ambition.
All right, you know, so we have to see you. Me can spin the video and look for you. Might be you looking in the morning.
Yes, man.
Me see you. Touch the video on your phone.
Yes, auntie.
Touch the video and make me see you.
No. You busy now, me dey work.
They never hear me say we have to see you. Me can't look for me. They that work up. So many hear baby in the background.
Yeah.
All right. Might be not ready for no connection. She's not touching video. Yes, anybody I call will buy a fellow connection, we change up the game. You have to make we see you. Hello?
Hello, good afternoon. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine. You're on the live. Yeah, yes, sir. Good morning, Auntie Dana here. You're on the live.
You're on the live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The talk show?
The live?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're telling you that I am on my Facebook live, but you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a Facebook. So is that from give me a number?
Who?
One of your followers give me a number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and tell me so I can talk to you about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm trying to line up with your dating stuff there online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know if it is what it require.
Well, the rules is you have to call me while I am on the live on your WhatsApp phone. And then when you call me on the WhatsApp now, I will show the people them you anybody like you take you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So what we cannot do, we cannot hook you up with on the phone normal. Because we want to see what we're selling. You understand? We stop pack up grocery in a bag and sell it.
Okay, so what is now? What do you have to do? You see the card?
Yes. On the WhatsApp.
Yeah, I was calling you on WhatsApp and you actually never pick up.
Okay. Remember, might be me dip on another call.
Okay.
All right. Yes, sir. Why I get this kind of call every day? It look like man really shot down at Jamaica and America. Because I can't say I get local call alone. I get international too. Yes, good morning. So somebody hang up fast. All right. So nobody not like grabbing a bar. Grab you, all right. Anybody like you take you, me can't drink my tea. Then also me say, if he call in anybody will like him, them I go text. Hello, good morning. Yes.
How are you?
I am
I just
fine.
called to tell you bless up.
Yes.
I know you're on the live, man.
Okay.
And I thanks for the support that my Plancatarians, fellow Plancatarians have come and supported me at the restaurant.
Which restaurant this
Thank
again?
you. Yes, the French one. Call it for me. I laughed the whole day.
A French, which part is that?
Cuisine Etateur Vicky.
Vivid.
Montreal in Quebec.
Vivid. Yes, again.
It's Cuisine Etateur Vicky.
All right. Cuisine eat at Vicky. All right. Bless up yourself. Yes.
All right. I just want to say thanks for the support.
Yes, man. Bless you.
Yeah, bless you too.
Yes.
All right, sweetheart.
And which part in Toronto you there, Vicky?
Pardon?
Which part in Toronto? You still like how you for Jamaica and them a go come there?
Not Toronto. We are Montreal.
Montreal, you better say Vicky Cuisine eat at Vicky. Because some of them can't pronounce it. This is where you call out the like myself, yeah.
This is a French province, so all our business has to be in most of it has to be in French first and then English after.
Okay. All right, so on the planka shop, on the planka shop, we say Cuisine eat at Vicky.
Eat at Vicky. All right, that's your name, no problem.
All right. Yes.
All right, sweetheart. God bless you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Yeah. Hold on there. Another call, yeah. Good morning.
I'm too afraid.
You're
Hello?
Yes, morning. How are you going? Yeah. Yes, morning. Welcome to Planka Shop. You're on the live.
Hello, Auntie Donna. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Cuisine eat that Vicky. Auntie Donna, you know, easy.
Yeah, me can't pronounce it French. Yes.
Auntie Munchie, what's a go on a Planka Shop?
No, now I want you Munchie again.
Me would want a man.
You never get no man?
Yeah, me want to go spouty. I go on a panda with.
Where you meet him in a Planka Shop, yeah?
Yeah, after I come off on the live.
So which part you get him from? Local or international?
England.
Ah, well, yeah, so he look so far.
You look nice.
You go a money go Jamaica National or Western Union.
No,
Yeah?
that too.
Me no know, me just ask.
What? No, Auntie, that's too quick.
Because I know so no one phone card to tap up on the phone to call each other. You send your credit?
No, Auntie, that's too quick. That's too quick.
You know, said no, you know, get no credit nor nothing.
No, Auntie, I'm on service, you know.
Oh, no.
I have my own credit and I'm on service.
All right. You know, say, let me tell you the truth when me hear. I mean, I tell no lie. And if me I say anything about the Englishman, them pan you can't talk. You feel it when me hear about so far. I know if you a fact. Englishman no give away money. You feel it when me know about? At the English, I bet you look at American man, you will get that Western Union. No, then go over there, go adapt. They no give them. You know, me never call nobody name. Me say the little way me hear about and know about. Englishman no give away money. I better you try up America, you will go Western Union faster. See you sit me I tell you, you know. Me talk to a heap of woman when I talk to Englishman. No, me never tell you if you switch. Me only I put you by your girl. Lord God, pick and choose. But me I tell you the truth. You see the Englishman them, they no give away money. You will have a little quicker chance. with the Jamaican them, and if they no convert to fully British.
Put in your pants in your head side and see what
All right.
you pick up.
Tina! Hold on there.
American
Joshie!
English.
Watch out, Joshie, they are grown. Come out of my room where I chat big people. Tina, pass one of that pen there. See if you know where Joshie in the corner. Get up and come out and go in your room. Go on, mommy attack big people business now. Go on. Tina, take him out here. Bring a pen, come let me tell you where to do. Stay right there. Go on in your room, Joshie. Tina, dry him out. Bring a pen, come and a pencils. Because we have to pick up with the antenna. Don't move in, because I'm going to tell you which way you figure. You understand?
No, I'm not moving because I'm on the right speed.
All right, see Tina come with the pencil, yeah. I don't know the woman pencil. I saw me see the woman pencil turn up, you know. I don't know if me not turn up. I don't know what to do to make it turn up. So I have to go push your hand under my head here so to see if I can pick. Might be if me that hold up so me that get more signal. All right, me catch up with so to see if me can the whole heap of pencil. I look like me not use as much pencil, but me not get no sick. All right, me can tell you what I go on and know what you feel do.
Yeah.
Pick up England. Pick up America. Which one we give money more? America. You know, say this antenna drag America. Go on with America one. You have a better chance.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Thank you, Jesus.
Go with America one. But we get
Jesus.
you know, say if you choose America, you got now Western Union long time. For him to ask you, say if you want anything in the grocery.
I did that too quick.
Yeah, Joker. Oh, you just get him. Try it.
Yeah, remember I sat them call and tell us I want a man.
Me not tell you no lie, you know.
Friday, yeah.
This is what me I said to you. Go and talk to him, still, but me am more lean to the America. For the English one, them especially Jamaican, they not send for you. America one, them you have all kind of chances and money. So try this.
I want to come from France.
Right. Them not too bad. The French, them will give you money too. But I don't know what happened to the British, them. They not got no money. British, them tight like a vice grip. You understand? So I'll me say, keep calling me and tell me what you hear. You hear?
All right, Auntie. God bless you.
All right. So which one you say you go for?
The one.
The one that will pick up the signal pan.
The American.
All right. Try your luck.
Okay, Auntie.
All right. Somebody say no pen, me see use a pen, so that's why signal no clear and rasta. No, sir. Why? Somebody say no pen, the woman use a pen, so. Well, me I try it with penny pine sharper. I can't broke. Lord, watch your love connection, bride.
Good morning, Auntie Donna. It's a blessing to meet you in person. This is Mrs. Gonzalez. I just want to say thank you. I reached up safely. All is well. I mean, I miss my husband. I miss Jamaica, but in due time, yes, all is well. And I'm so happy to meet you and the Plankers. The Lord bless you richly, and thank you for everything. Thank you for being there. Glory to God. God is a good God, and I just want to say, keep up the good work that you're doing, Auntie Dana. All right? The Lord
All
bless
right.
you.
Hello, good morning. Hello? Hello? Yeah, Miss Uncle. Please don't no call if you're not afraid to go up on live, nobody call over here. Over here is a live show, not a dead one. You understand? So woman you're saying I'm a relationship and he want to come out. In that love, you have a love connection. But him man go there watch a program. We never see this yet. Hello, morning.
Good morning, Auntie.
Yeah, morning.
How are you?
I am fine. You're on the live. You here?
I know.
So you want a connection too?
Of course.
So where you there? What kind of clothes you in? A pajama or a nurse clothes? And what kind of clothes you have on? Blue, so a pajama or a nurse clothes?
I'm a bloggers.
All right. So what you say? Talk up here now. Make me see you good. You know, say you cut off your hair like Melissa.
Yeah.
All right. Sit down up. Me can't see you good. You have to turn off the live, man. Turn off the live, because it'll distract me.
All right, hold on.
Yes.
Wait, I'm here now.
Alright. You know me that call you Melissa part 2? God, do you look like Melissa part 2?
I wonder why.
I don't know if I you have the cut off here.
And you know, my middle name is Melissa though.
Lord Jesus, your sister, you have to put back the pen in her head. Hold on there. You know, say coming like me, the pen I work for you. So all right. Tell me what kind of man you want before me put the phone on you.
Alright. I'm 37, but I'm looking at man in the age group between 50 and older. That's my type. From abroad.
All right. So where you calling from? Because it's a broad number this. What the lady a come on, man? You make me cut off Melissa part 2. Hold on there. Oh, God. Call me back then, no, please. You give me a break. Let me a cut off one number and one number disconnect. Melissa part 2 call not do. Lord Jesus. You make the lady cut off. Make me get back Melissa part 2 no, man. What a sitting Melissa part 2 call back no, please. Me never know what number you did call pan. Mercy God. What a, Melissa part 2, please call me back urgent. Oh God, look how me get Melissa part 2. Oh. See Melissa part 2, yeah. Hold on. Make me call back Melissa part 2. You know, hang up on the phone and make me call back Melissa part 2, man. Sure. Anybody want to call no number? Melissa part 2, you sit down up back there. I don't know somebody need an answer. All right, so I'm going to put you on now. Come front of the camera. See your, see your husband, see you. All right.
Hi, my partner husband. Nadia. I'm looking at you guys. God-fearing, handsome, a good companion.
Yes.
And from abroad. Between the age of 50 and older. That's kind of my type.
Yes.
So, here, I'm waiting. My number is 876-530-833.
876. What age you looking, Melissa part 2?
Pardon?
What age you looking?
He has to be between the age of 50 and older.
Oh, 50 and older.
Yes.
All right, there's a beautiful black queen. Yeah, Melissa. I like you say my spirit in a pick up. So make you see you good, no sit down up good in my bed.
Auntie, I don't have any bra.
Oh. But you know, say Melissa never have no Brazilian either. You're a nice black woman like Melissa. Yes.
Yeah.
Over here we keep it real.
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
So, I'm waiting.
Yes. All right. Bless up. Call out your number again.
And the number is 876-530-8337.
836.
876.
All right. And please bear the disclaimer when me read the disclaimer when me put up on my page. And in the future, if you get any husband, you have to come back and make your brother or your sister them over here see what is going on. What age you say again? What age you say?
I didn't hear you.
What age you say?
Between 50 and older.
No, your age.
I'm 37.
All right, all right. All right, God bless you. Yeah. And when Mr. Melissa part 2, she have short here. And me give everybody a name. All right.
Okay, Auntie.
All right, yes. Hi, boy. Can't take another call, you know. Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, Donna.
Hi.
Donna?
Yes, this is Auntie Donna.
Okay, so
All right, everybody back? Let's see if everyone here.
Defendants are ready, Your Honor.
Okay, is plaintiff ready? Are we waiting for anybody, Mr. Gallagher?
So I think Judge Dobson's going to join us later, but I think we are.
Okay. We can wait a minute or two. Mr. Sheridan, is he going to participate in the next witness? Mr. Gallagher, do you know? There he is. Okay.
I'm here, Your Honor. I'm off this next witness.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Mr. Bean, I understand the plaintiff has rested. So, if you have witnesses, I'll be glad to hear your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have witnesses, but first we have a motion for involuntary dismissal. I'd like to have my teammate brief the court on that.
Okay. Who is that going to be?
That'll be Jared Burns, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Mr. Burns, good afternoon.
And may it please the court. Jared Burns on behalf of the defendants, and under Rule 1.420B, the defendants respectfully request that the court involuntarily dismiss plaintiff's case for 7 separate reasons.
Okay, hold on a second. I just want to get the rule. All right, go ahead.
First, Your Honor, to standing. As for plaintiffs, Robin and John McCarthy, Allison Scott, Magnus Anderson, Aaron Dooley, Patience Burke, and Peyton and Tracy Donald, they have all failed to present any evidence to support their standing or their claims at large, and therefore those claims must be dismissed. At the motion to dismiss hearing, the court stated that it wanted to hear evidence on standing, and those plaintiffs have failed to present any. As for the plaintiffs that the court did hear evidence from, yesterday, the court heard from Nell, Allen, and Thompson, and Ms. Nell and Ms. Allen's children go to school in Hillsborough County. Both admitted that Hillsborough County has a mask mandate. Ms. Thompson testified that her child
trying to withhold their, trying to get them to drop, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was that?
Your client's trying to get Hillsborough County to drop, right?
Well, I don't think I understand.
I don't see the relevance of whether or not a plaintiff is from a county that has a mask mandate.
Well, Your Honor, the plaintiffs want their school boards to be able to choose whether or not to implement a mask mandate, and the school boards in Hillsborough, Alachua, and Palm Beach have all made that decision, and they've implemented a mask mandate. And
Well,
so what
my point is that it's clear that the defendants are taking action to undo those decisions. aren't they?
Your Honor, there has been absolutely no evidence presented to this court that validates that.
Okay.
And so for Ms. Thompson testified that her child goes to Alachua County School, and she admitted that Alachua County has a mask mandate. And Ms. Abravanel testified today that her children go to school in Palm Beach County, and it too has a mask mandate. So these plaintiffs cannot demonstrate that they have an injury that is caused by defendants' actions and redressable by this court. And it is the plaintiff's burden to prove standing, and they have failed to prove that to this court. Each plaintiff testified that it would be a harm if their child were forced to go to school with unmasked children. But that's the problem. It would be a harm. Their children go to schools with mask mandates, and therefore they have no harm. Now, the plaintiffs may argue that it's not about the mask mandates, but that it should be a local decision. The school boards have made that decision. And simply, Your Honor, the parents with children in Alachua, Hillsborough, and Palm Beach, all the plaintiffs that have testified in this case, lack standing because those districts have mask mandates. The court would be rendering an advisory opinion if it were to strike down the executive order and the rule on the basis that the failure to impose mask mandates results in unsafe schools when those schools have mask mandates. Now, the second reason that the court should dismiss plaintiffs' claims is based on the political question doctrine. Now, Your Honor, this was briefed extensively in our motion to dismiss, and the defendants will not reiterate all of those arguments here. But I will state there's a political debate raging in our country and in our state regarding masks in schools. The arguments being raised and the issues being advocated by policymakers is now being presented as testimony in a court of law. The evidence presented is exactly the same as those political arguments. You have parents and doctors stating that they believe schools should have mandatory masking policies. But this is nothing more than a policy disagreement. And just like the court in Desantis v. Florida Education Association found, the plaintiffs have failed to provide the court with a judicially manageable standard for determining whether the governor and the Department of Health's policy provides for safe and secure schools. Now, the plaintiffs will undoubtedly argue that the CDC guidelines and the American Academy of Pediatric recommendations should govern. But surely, the court cannot find that the failure to follow CDC recommendations violates the Florida Constitution. If that were the case, Florida ought to do away with the Department of Health, fire the state surgeon general, and dissolve local public health authorities. They would no longer be necessary because everything would come from the CDC. Your Honor, federalism would mean nothing if federal agency recommendations are the yardstick by which state constitutional provisions are measured. Ultimately, this is a difference of policy, and a policy difference is not a constitutional violation. Chief Justice Roberts recently said that questions about the safety and health of the people during the COVID-19 pandemic should not be subject to second guessing by the judiciary, which lacks the background, competence, and expertise to assess public health and is not accountable to the people. And the court here is conferring the same perils that the trial court faced in Florida Education Association. There, the trial court weighed the expert testimony on COVID-19 and acknowledged that the medical literature is clearly in flux. COVID at that time was newer than it was now. Policymakers, i.e. the legislatures, governors, executive agencies, they were all making policy decisions on how to deal with an evolving pandemic. And that situation is no different from the case we have here. The Delta variant is brand new. Even plaintiff's expert, Dr. Unash, testified that the research and the data on this is still in flux. And I'll quote for the court, the question posed to Dr. Unash was, and would you concede that the data in the studies are inconclusive as to the efficacy of masks preventing the transmission of COVID-19 in children? And Dr. Unash responded, in children, yes, I would say that's probably correct. Now, plaintiffs state that earlier studies for school children are irrelevant because the Delta variant was not around. Yet the Delta variant has been the predominant strain.
You got your witnesses online now.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know if you want to put them in a separate room or.
Yeah, I'll do that. Hold on a minute. Let me find.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Let me find out how to do that. Hold on. Okay. Okay, he's in a waiting room. I think that's the correct place to put him. Okay, all right. You may continue, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Delta variant has been the predominant strain in Florida for less than 2 months. And this is a far shorter observation period than what the trial court had to work with in Florida Education Association. Any decision on what is safe and secure amid this pandemic is one reserved for the other co-equal branches of government. As the first DCA stated in Florida Education Association, the judiciary may not second guess the policy decisions of the political branches, no matter how appealing we may find contrary rationales. Your Honor, the same is true for the separation of powers. The judiciary violates the doctrine of separation of powers if it directs an administrative agency to perform its duties in a particular manner. And here, plaintiffs want the court to direct the Department of Health, the Department of Education, and the State Board of Education on what the appropriate masking policy should be. Such a request violates the constitutional provision of separation of powers. Now, the fourth reason the court should dismiss plaintiff's case is because the governor had the constitutional authority to issue the executive order and to direct the Department of Education and the Department of Health to issue rules. And at the motion to dismiss hearing, there was discussion about Wiley and whether Wiley precluded that. And the defendants explained to the court that the legislature in the very next legislative session had amended the statutes that were at issue in Wiley to specifically recognize the dissenting opinions in Wiley that say that the governor has the authority to direct his agencies to promulgate rules. And as an exhibit that's with Your Honor, there is Defendant's Exhibit 7, which is the Chapter 2012-116 Laws of Florida.
I've read that, and I've read the legislative history on that before the trial. After the motion to dismiss argument, I looked at all that. But I'll be glad to hear your argument on it.
So, well, Your Honor, I won't repeat it all if you've read it then, but you understand that the legislature clearly was abrogating the holding in Wiley to the extent that Wiley held that the governor was not able to direct the agencies under his direct supervision to promulgate rules. And so I'll move to the fifth reason to dismiss plaintiff's case, and that's because plaintiffs have failed to present evidence to negate every conceivable rational basis. And this is a heavy burden, as plaintiffs must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there is no set of facts that could show a conceivable basis for upholding the law. Well, the executive order and the Department of Health rule come clothed with the presumption of constitutionality. The executive order protects parents' rights, and it says that on its face. Parents' rights are a legitimate state interest, and Florida parents have a fundamental right to raise their children, which includes the making of the education and healthcare decisions for their children. The governor's executive order and the Surgeon General's rule protect this fundamental right. In fact, it encourages, both the executive order and the rule encourage school districts to implement safety measures without impeding on parents' fundamental rights. And there are numerous other mitigation measures that do not implicate covering children's faces. And the school districts can choose to implement those. And if they do not, then these plaintiffs can seek redress from their school boards. Now, the plaintiffs have failed to negate every conceivable rational basis for the executive order and the rule. The executive order provides detailed reasoning for its decision. The many whereas clauses that Your Honor pointed out during the motion to dismiss hearing explain that there is no statistically significant evidence to suggest that counties with mask requirements have fared any better than those without mask requirements during the 2020-2021 school year. The executive order says that masking children may lead to negative health and societal ramifications. And the executive order states that given the ongoing debate over the efficacy of masks, we should protect the freedoms and statutory rights of students and parents by resting with the parents the decision whether their children should wear masks in school. On its face, the executive order provides a rational basis for prohibiting local school districts from infringing on parents' fundamental rights, that right to control their children's upbringing. And plaintiffs have not and cannot negate this rational basis. Now, to be sure, the plaintiffs have presented some evidence regarding the danger to children posed by the Delta variant, and they've presented limited evidence on the efficacy of masks. But this evidence only further supports the rational basis that because there is a constant change in the science, minimal data on the Delta variant, and legitimate debate over the effectiveness of masks, that the decision over whether to cover a child's face should be left to that child's parent. This decision is grounded in Florida and federal constitutional law and is in accordance with the Parents' Bill of Rights. It's neither arbitrary nor capricious. Your Honor, the sixth reason to dismiss the complaint is for failing to exhaust administrative remedies. And this specifically relates to count 5. As Your Honor is aware, challenging an agency rule requires either that the petition be brought before an administrative law judge or that a direct challenge is brought to the District Court of Appeal. Obviously, we're in neither of those procedural postures, and therefore count 5 should be dismissed. Additionally, Your Honor, to the extent that we heard evidence about students with individual education plans, any complaint based off of a disability would be required to be exhausted administratively in accordance with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And that procedural prerequisite has not been complied with. Lastly, Your Honor, defendants seek dismissal of count 5 for failure to join an indispensable party. Count 5 attacks the Department of Health emergency rule, but the Department of Health is not a party to this suit. Under Florida law, when declaratory relief is sought, all persons may be made parties who have or claim any interest which would be affected by the declaration. And no declaration shall prejudice the rights of persons not parties to the proceedings. Well, the Department of Health has not been made a party to this proceeding, and therefore the court should not make any declaration regarding its rule. Your Honor, defendants have presented many legal arguments, but what is important to keep top of mind is this: the people of Florida delegate policy decisions to politicians. The political process is more in tune with fulfilling citizens' needs. If the citizens of Florida disagree with policy decisions by the legislative or executive branches, those individuals can be held accountable through the political process. Here, plaintiffs disagree with the governor's and the state surgeon general's decision regarding masking in schools. Defendants don't dispute or doubt that plaintiffs love their children and want what is best for them. But ultimately, the decision of who decides what should cover a child's face is left to the child's parents. The legislature and the executive branches have made this clear. There's no legal basis for the third branch of government to weigh into this policy debate. And for these reasons, the defendants respectfully request that the court dismiss all of plaintiffs' claims under Rule 1.420B. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Who would like to address this motion from the plaintiff's side?
Mr. Wisenhunt.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Wisenhunt.
Yes, sir. All right, there was quite a bit of that to go through.
Well, why don't we start with this issue of standing with the plaintiffs who have not testified? So what evidence do I have that they have standing?
So I believe, Your Honor, that and I beg your pardon for a moment because I was trying to pull up the defendant's answer, but it was my recollection that they had not disputed the claims that those plaintiffs resided in Florida. and were therefore proper plaintiffs in the case. Part of our standing argument relies upon the theory that, of course, any citizen of the state of Florida would have inherent standing to challenge if the governor was acting in excess of his lawful authority. And there would not need to be any further proof of that other than they're a citizen of the state of Florida and we put forward the evidence that he's exceeded his lawful authority. So I think that would
Is that
survive.
alleged in
There's
the complaint? Well, you allege they're citizens of Florida though, right?
correct, Your Honor. And our complaint is predicated on.
Did the defendants admit that or deny that?
And again, Your Honor, I was hastily trying to pull up their answer.
Right.
I believe that they had admitted it. It may have been a lack sufficient, don't know, denied.
I have checked the answer and the allegations, and what I have are paragraphs 2 through 11, when you're alleging that they're residents of various Florida counties. That's 2. In each one, you allege where they live. And on 2, they expressed, they stated without knowledge. And I think county subject to the underlying order, I think they may have denied, but on each of those, they at least said without knowledge, which is, last time I checked, is an effective denial.
It is.
So is it the burden on you to, as to the ones you wish to show standing, to show at least under the theory that they live in the state, that there be testimony that they live in the state?
Sure, give me a minute.
Because right now, all I have is,
Right.
let me check the complaint.
Right.
It's an unverified, no, that's the answer, sorry. Let me look at the complaint. It's an unverified complaint unless there are some affidavits that you filed that are from non-testifying plaintiffs.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that there are. And I think perhaps then to that extent, the standing issue may fall for those plaintiffs who did not appear. I'm asking my colleagues at the moment to see, I know that there were affidavits prepared. I don't know that they were filed. I did not see them in the exhibit list.
All right, well,
but
let's then go on. I'm concerned about that issue of the plaintiffs who did not testify because I don't see any other proof, even if the argument that they're residents of Florida.
Sure.
I can't assume they are. I need some evidence that they are.
I agree.
Those plaintiffs who have testified, however, the fact that they may be in a county which has a mask mandate, I don't think deprives them of standing. I do think the focus of the defendant's case is that the governor and the defendants have authority to, under various arguments the defendants have presented and done a good job of presenting their case, is that the governor has authority to do these things and to prohibit counties from exercising these policies. But even if that weren't the argument, I think they do have standing. So I would deny as to the defendant, I would deny as to the plaintiffs who have testified. I'm going to withhold on the plaintiffs who have not until we come back to it, see if you have any other argument. So the only other one of the arguments that gives me some pause is the indispensable party. So y'all have asked in count 5 for let me find it again. Hold on, let me go back to the complaints. You've asked in count 5 to rule on the constitutionality of the Florida Department of Health rule, but you didn't sue the Department of Health. So what's your response to that?
So I think one of the things here that's important is the Department of Health rule, as it was promulgated, wholly consumed the executive order. That is, it references and incorporates the executive order as an inherent part within
I
it.
know all that. And look,
And
I'm not ruling on what I can or cannot order as to the defendants. But I can't order anything to the Department of Health. They're not a party in this case, are they?
no, but I think the intent behind count 5 had been that if the court were ultimately to rule that the executive order had exceeded the lawful authority of the governor, it would unavoidably then, because it could not merely be excised out of the subsequent Department of Health rule, and that then the entirety of the Department of Health rule would be at issue. But I agree, Your Honor, the Department of Health is not a party to this. They're a party to other actions in Florida at the moment on that issue, but not in this one.
I think what I can do is either rule or not rule as to the present defendants in the case, as to either what you're doing is fine or what you're doing is not fine. I don't know that that necessarily goes to me making a determination directed to the Department of Health on anything. I do think I can make determinations directed to what the defendants can or can't do. But to be honest with you, before the defendant filed their indispensable party defense, I was kind of wondering why you hadn't sued the Department of Health.
And it's a fair question, Your Honor. There was some strategy involved in that discussion. And it may merit out that the resolution in this case leads to further litigation on that.
If it's strategy, okay, that's fine. But I'm just saying that I can't direct the Department of Health to do or not to do anything. I think that's clear.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to reserve on count 5, other than state that preliminarily, it seems to me, I can't direct the Department of Health what to do or what not to do. That doesn't mean I can't direct the defendants what to do or what not to do. So we'll see.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other remarks that you want to make on any of the other arguments, Mr. Weisenhunt?
Well, sir, I'm happy to address any concerns the court would have. I would rely heavily on our arguments previously from the motion to dismiss. Quite a bit of this is duplicative of that. I would like to touch, though, briefly on something that seems to have persisted in the course of this case. A few moments ago, Mr. Burns had offered in his argument a very selective quote of Dr. Unash's. And we've kind of seen this throughout the case and the formation of the policies and ideas and executive order that brought us here. I think context of comments matters. And I think looking at data in the whole matters. And if you take Dr. Unash's testimony and only look at it for that one statement, it would seem to favor what the defense is asserting. But taken in its entirety, it overwhelmingly stands for the proposition opposite of what they were presenting as their argument. And I think that's important as we go through. And I know Your Honor has been paying very close attention to the case. You've had spot on questions throughout. But a lot of their arguments have relied on this idea of selective facts. The plaintiffs here are not asking for Your Honor to issue a blanket mask mandate. That's not the redress that's being sought. We're also not asking that Governor Desantis be ordered to issue such a mandate. That's not what we're asking the court to do. What we're saying is that, much as Mr. Burns noted, the people of Florida elect their leaders to make policy decisions and make critical decisions for their communities and their state. And the people of the state of Florida elect school boards to do exactly that. And school boards have now been deprived of the ability to adequately protect students. And this idea, is there any rational basis? Quite frankly, I don't know how anyone could argue that in the course of emergency management, it could ever truly be rational to tell school boards or anyone that they cannot adhere to the advice of the experts known the world over and say that's in the course of protecting people.
Well,
I don't know.
I think part of that is to be decided. I've heard arguments from your side. I've heard arguments from the defense that the governor's actions are based upon various statutes and things of that nature. I'm not so sure I can decide that now when I haven't heard the governor and the other defendants evidence.
Yes, sir.
I do believe that unless you've got something else on the plaintiffs who haven't testified, I think I have to grant the motion as to the plaintiffs who haven't testified.
And quite frankly, I think absent finding a case to the contrary, I would have to agree with you at that point.
Can you tell me which plaintiffs have not testified so I can just make it clear on the record?
I'll let Mr. Gallagher chime in on that as well, just to make sure that we get it correctly, because we also had some of the plaintiffs who had originally been participants in the case withdrawn. They participated in the South Florida
Let
case.
me tell you what I remember just from my memory.
Yes, sir.
What I remember is Leslie Abramovell. I'm sorry, I apologize for butchering her name. Kristen Thompson, Amy Nell, Damaris Allen. Is that it, or is there another?
Chime in a tad. We had filed a notice of dropping parties. I know there was a dispute on the import of that, but McCarthy, and then Dooley were dropped as a result of them being common plaintiffs to another case in a federal court matter in South Florida.
So
those
McCarthy
folks were
and Dooley you've dropped them, but
correct.
What I have is Abravanel, that's 1, Kristen Thompson, that's 2, Nell, that's 3, and Allen, that's 4. Have I missed anyone who's testified?
I would note that Leslie Abravanel is the wife to Magnus Anderson, so her testimony would impute to Mr. Anderson too for those same children. So I don't think that.
Okay.
Your Honor, there was no testimony to that effect.
I think a reasonable inference from the testimony is that they live in the same place. So I'm just trying to see.
And Your Honor, we would also dispute that a party can drop itself. The appropriate mechanism is to voluntarily dismiss its claims. And that provides an important safeguard for the defendants because it means that they cannot continue to file different lawsuits and then dismiss it because eventually it'll adjudicate with prejudice against those plaintiffs. So the dropping party.
Nobody's brought that motion up for a hearing. Nobody's mentioned it until now. I saw it when I was going through the file, but nobody's even said a word about that until this very moment. So I'm not ruling on that motion. I've not had it briefed to me. I've not briefed it. So at this point, if it becomes relevant later on, I guess I can rule on it, but now I'm not going to rule. The people who testified, I think there's only one who has also a spouse in here who testified. And their children have standing. The ones who did not testify and whoever it would be affiliated with them don't have standing because they put on no evidence of standing. Oh, look, I know it's let me try to analogize this to a mortgage foreclosure case. And I know that might be an odd analogy, but the principal issue in many mortgage foreclosure cases is, does this plaintiff have standing or the right to enforce the mortgage? And having tried probably 2,000 of those cases, I'm very familiar with the law on that. The mortgages and notes are often bought and sold and go from hand to hand many times before a foreclosure proceeding is brought. Usually the judge can deny a motion to dismiss on standing if there's a proper allegation that the note was made by Mr. Smith to this bank sold it to this bank sold it to that bank, and that bank's got the note. Normally what you would do is, and I've done this many times as a judge, I would deny the motion to dismiss, but that doesn't obviate the requirement that the plaintiff, that bank bringing that foreclosure action, still prove either by summary judgment through affidavits or verified complaint or at trial standing. The fact that they allege it and I deny a motion to dismiss based on the allegations doesn't eliminate the need to put on evidence to support those allegations. If it was a verified complaint, it might be problematic since we've agreed to put in affidavits in this case, but it's not a verified complaint. Let me double check. I don't think it is.
It is not, Your Honor.
So that's my ruling. The people who have testified, in one case, the spouse, who it clearly seemed to me, the clear inference from her testimony is that he lived with her, and her children, as well as the other people that testified and their child or children, have sufficiently proven standing to survive the motion motion for entry. I know there's a, Mr. Burns, let me get the correct motion for a judgment.
Involuntary dismissal, Your Honor.
Motion for judgment of dismissal. I deny on that grounds. I deny the other points on the motion at this time. However, I reserve on count 5, Mr. Burns. I do recognize your argument there, and I just need to see how this case progresses to the end to see how to fine tune that argument if it needs to be, how to figure out what to do if it needs to be done. It appears to me that I can't tell the Department of Health to do something. They're not in this case. I recognize that. But I do have other defendants in the case, and that's what I've got to try to figure out. Maybe the evidence and further arguments will help me.
Understood, Your Honor.
That's where I am. I thank you, Mr. Wisenhunt, both for your arguments. In their arguments, I understand your arguments, and we'll just see where the case takes us. So what do y'all want to do next? We're at 1:27. Do y'all want to break, or do y'all want to put on a witness?
Your Honor, we're prepared for our first witness. I would also just recommend the court that we'll prepare an order and send that to opposing counsel and then submit it for your ruling on that motion.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
To that same vein, a little housekeeping issue. So counsel here in this case has approved both draft orders from yesterday. There's an objection to Attorney Silver's to the order from Attorney Silver. He wants a more fact replete order on the motion for the order denying his joinder request. So we'll try to provide that to him shortly, but the motion to dismiss was agreed by counsel for the defense, and we'll forward that to chamber shortly.
All right, so you'll be forwarding that to my office, that
Yes,
order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so I just want to tell you I'll look, but I'm getting a stack like this every day from every other case I have, so it's starting to mount up. Your
I
case
was trying to keep them together so it was less confusing, but he objected, so.
Your case has priority on my time, so I'm working on your case. The other cases, unless it's an emergency issue, something of that nature, we'll just be required to wait till we're finished with this case. But I think if the next witness is the doctor from Stanford, that maybe we should take a 10 or 15-minute break so we won't have to interrupt him going in. I've got a feeling he might be more than 15 or 20 minutes. He might be a while. So let's, I know we're breaking out early. Let's break for, excuse me. Let's break for about 10 or 15 minutes and we'll start back with the Stanford doctor. And I think I can pronounce his name, but for right now, I'm going to refer to him as the doctor from Stanford. Okay.
Very good, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. I'll be back in a few minutes. Are we ready, Mr. Bean? You ready for me to bring your witness in? Let's get a few of the other
Yes, Your Honor.
lawyers here. Okay. I've got Charles Dodson in the waiting room. Is there some reason y'all want to keep him in there?
Probably, I think so. Yeah, yeah.
I'm bringing him in. All right, Mr. Dodson, I'm bringing you in. I'm bringing in the witness. Okay. I don't know, Judge, if Mr. Dodson's,
It says connecting to audio, so I'm probably getting there.
yeah, okay, so, Doctor, I'm the judge, I'm Judge Cooper, and I'll be placing you under oath. So if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I think it's Mr. Bean. Are you going to take this?
Yes, Your Honor. May it
All
please the
right.
court.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Bhattacharya. Thank you. And actually, good morning where you are, I think. Could you please state your full and complete name, spelling your last for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya, Jayanta Bhattacharya, B as in boy, H as in Henry, Attacharya.
Doctor, what is your current occupation?
I'm a professor of medicine at Stanford University.
Doctor, how long have you been at Stanford University?
I was a student starting in 1986. Then since 2001, I've been a professor.
And Doctor, what are your current duties as a professor of medicine at Stanford University?
Currently, I'm on sabbatical leave, but normally my work involves research on a whole variety of topics, including economic epidemiology, health economics, health policy, and also teaching in the economics department and in the School of Medicine, statistics, and a whole variety of other top topics.
And Doctor, I think you were just a slightly garbled. Could you review again, just a little slower, the different topics that you teach on, please?
Sure. So I teach in the economics department. I teach a health economics course that covers topics like the epidemiology of infectious disease. And in the School of Medicine, I cover an advanced statistics course, including advanced statistical methods, including randomization, causality, a whole range of other topics.
What is the epidemiology of infectious disease?
So the epidemiology of infectious disease is the study of how infectious disease spreads, what consequences it has, the effect of disease mitigation strategies, a whole range of other treatment, the development of treatments, vaccines, a whole range of other topics.
What, if any, topics that you've already mentioned do you specialize in?
So I do research full time. I don't practice medicine. So my specialty in my research includes infectious disease epidemiology. It includes health policy, infectious disease policy. It includes things like the management of patients and in healthcare systems.
Doctor, do you have any other form of employment other than Stanford University?
I am a consultant with a company called Acumen, which does work for the FDA and for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, tracking vaccine safety, among other things.
You do any other forms of research?
I'm sorry, please.
Any other forms of research for any other entities?
No, those are mine. I am a research associate at the National Bureau of Economics Research, but I don't do research for them. I just publish my research through them.
What degrees have you earned?
I have an MD and a PhD in economics, both earned at Stanford.
I'm sorry, could I get that again? The degrees, doctor?
Sure. I have an MD, a medical degree, and also a PhD in economics. Both
Okay.
earned at Stanford.
What is the medical degree in? Is there a specialty or?
No, I didn't. I did not do a specialty. I just did my MD and I got my PhD, and then I started my professorship a couple of years later.
Okay. Have you ever practiced medicine?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, his curriculum vitae is Defense Exhibit 21.
21. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Dean.
sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I can hear you. I'm just looking through these exhibits. I have it now. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Doctor, have you been published before?
I have.
Okay. How many times?
I think something like 154 and counting now. I haven't updated my CV in a month or so.
Are those in peer review journals?
Yeah, I'm counting peer review journals. I don't have a full count of the non-peer review, but it's more than that.
And what is a peer review journal?
A peer reviewed journal is a scientific journal. You send a paper that you write to the journal, and then they send it to several other scientists who then evaluate the quality of the paper. They give advice to the editor to decide whether they should accept it or not. Typically, it involves a considerable amount of back and forth as the people are reviewing the journal, reviewing the paper, make suggestions and comments and double checking before the journal finally agrees to publish the paper.
And Doctor, I should have asked, are you receiving any compensation for your testimony today?
No, I am not. I'm doing this for fun.
Doctor, what type of familiarity do you have with COVID-19?
So I've been researching COVID-19 since essentially March of February of 2020. I have the senior author on two major seroprevalence studies. Seroprevalence studies are studies of the extent of the spread of COVID-19 in a population. And I'm the author of the Santa Clara seroprevalence study, published in the International Journal of Epidemiology, and also the Los Angeles County seroprevalence study, published in the Journal of American Medical Association from 2020 last year. I've also done an extensive amount of work on the efficacy of various lockdown policies, including a major paper published in the European Journal of Clinical Investigation on the effectiveness of lockdowns and mandatory stay-at-home orders in reducing the spread of the disease. As well, I'm interested in, published on inequality, the unequal effects of lockdowns on racial minorities, and a whole bunch of other, a series of other studies.
Doctor, is it fair to say for the past year that you've devoted a substantial amount of your time and intellect to studying COVID-19?
Haven't worked harder since medical school for a full year and a half.
And other than your salary that you might gain from Stanford University, are you gaining any other compensation in monetary ways from your work with COVID-19?
No, I've not accepted a single dollar of payment for any of my work on COVID-19 personally.
Doctor, why haven't you accepted any money for your work on COVID-19?
I mean, at the start of the pandemic, I felt that it wouldn't be right to do so. I mean, I have a job that's put me in a place where I can do productive work on this incredibly important topic, and I just felt ethically not right to do so. There have also been various insinuations related to some other work that I've done on COVID-19, arguing sort of it falsely insinuating that I'd taken money for some of the work, and it felt like I first, as I said, ethically is not right, and as a matter of protecting myself against false allegations, I just made it a policy not to accept any money.
Doctor, on the 151 peer review published journal articles, could you give the court an idea of the different type of topics that you've been published on? Sure.
So one of my earliest was focused on HIV policy in the United States and on HIV policy in developing countries, the dissemination of drugs to manage HIV. I've published extensively on health policy related topics such as the economics of obesity, who pays for obesity, what consequences it has of how insurance covers obesity. I've published on very, very extensively on Medicare and elderly populations, and in particular, the whole range of both clinical and policy topics on elderly populations in the United States and elsewhere. I've published a fair amount on population aging and the consequences for the health of the populations. This is all pre-COVID. I published on I mean, you can look, it's a pretty wide-ranging set of topics, all centered on the theme of vulnerable populations, in particular how healthcare systems manage the health of vulnerable populations, how well and what can go wrong in that process.
Doctor, have you been published on COVID-19?
I have. I published.
Yes, could you let the court know about that?
Sure. So I've told the court already about the 2 seroprevalence studies published in those sort of top journals. In addition to that, I've published, I think, 3 other papers to date. One on the type of models that people use to forecast COVID-19. I published an early version of those in things like July or something of 2020, where it incorporated a component of asymptomatic spread, which hadn't been in the previous versions of the models. I published one early paper on the attitudes of racial minorities and knowledge of racial minorities from mitigation measures in COVID-19, and I published another paper that just got accepted. It's not in my CV, but on that's about to come out on the location of testing centers and the sort of the equity implications of where the testing centers were located in the early days of the epidemic.
Doctor, have you published based on any results of studies regarding COVID-19?
Yep, all of those papers are papers published as a result of studies. Probably the 3 most notable are the 2 seroprevalence studies I've mentioned, and then the European Journal of Clinical Investigation study, which looked at the effectiveness or measured it's measured using statistical methods, the effectiveness of lockdown measures, such as mandatory stay-at-home orders on slowing the spread of the disease.
Doctor, what is the difference between epidemiology and infectious disease epidemiology?
Well, infectious disease epidemiology is a subset of epidemiology. Epidemiology concerns itself with a very, very wide range of diseases and conditions, not simply just infectious diseases. Infectious disease epidemiology has its own set of methods. So for instance, these compartment models, which are very widespread use in infectious disease epidemiology to forecast COVID-19 prevalence and spread, those are not models that are typically used outside of infectious disease epidemiology so much, although economists have used them as well. Epidemiology concerns itself, for instance, with diabetes, with cancer, with a whole range of other diseases that afflict humans.
Doctor, you've used, I think, the term serological, and that's for the court reporter, SERO, logical. What is that in relationship to COVID-19?
So serology in the context of COVID-19 means the presence of antibodies in the blood that indicate that form in response to to SARS-CoV-2 infection. SARS-CoV-2 is the virus that causes COVID-19 disease. In response, the vast majority of people who are exposed to the virus produce antibodies, and those antibodies they typically last for some time after infection. They indicate whether you had the infection or not. Serology is the measurement of those antibodies in the bloodstreams of people. Population serology is measuring how many people what fraction of people have had those antibodies. So serological study is a measurement of those antibodies in a population.
Doctor, have you published any books?
I have. I've published 2 books.
Those.
So I published a textbook on health economics, which I think was in 2013. It's one of the top textbooks in health economics used around the world. It includes a chapter on economic epidemiology and on these compartment models that have been used, again, throughout the epidemic to forecast COVID-19 spread. Although obviously it's 2013, it didn't have COVID-19 in it. I've also published a book in the, I think it's like mid-90s on Japanese health policy.
Doctor, what is the SIR model that you just referred to?
Yeah, so SIR model. It's called a SIR model because it stands for susceptible, infected, recovered. Sometimes they're called compartment models. They're the standard kinds of models that people use to forecast disease spread during the pandemic. The way that they work is they envision a population of people who start out susceptible to a disease. Some of them become infected, depending on the characteristics of the virus in the population. So they move from the S to the I compartment. Some of those folks recover and have some measure of immunity. So they move from the I to the R, recovered compartment. There's a series of differential equations that track the movement of people across those compartments. And so people use those to forecast and ask other questions about the epidemic.
Doctor, of the 151 peer-reviewed journals, articles that you've written or you've been published on, how many of those dealt solely with COVID, this epidemic?
I think it's 5. I don't think I haven't put the 6th one yet because it's not formally published yet, but just got accepted. So 5 right now.
And then have you been published in other mediums?
I have. So throughout the epidemic, I've been writing in popular settings. So I've several, for instance, opinion editorial op-eds in places like the Wall Street Journal, in The Hill, Newsweek, USA Today. I've also published in international settings. So I've published, for instance, in places like the Sunday Express, the Telegraph in the UK, a whole bunch of places, in a couple of places in India. I've been trying to talk about COVID policy to the public at large much more than I would have had been before COVID-19. Normally before COVID-19, I would just publish in scientific journals.
Doctor, do any of your published articles deal with the mandating of mask wearing by children?
We do. So I have an article that was published in the Wall Street Journal after I had consulted with the governor of Florida during a round table. So I made some comments about the wisdom of masking children. That resulted in so I decided that resulted in sort of some back and forth. So I decided to write an op-ed around that, about my reasoning about that. And I published that in the Wall Street Journal. And then more recently, I just published a paper. I published an op-ed in the Orange County Register on masking children.
Is that Orange County, California, or Orange County, Florida?
California.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any studies? What do you recall your first study on COVID-19 that was published?
Yeah, so the very first study was the Los Angeles County seroprevalence study. There, what we did was we organized a sample, a representative sample of Los Angeles County in I think it was April 10th or April 11th. From that sample, what we found was that about 4% of Los Angeles County had antibodies in April of 2020. 4% doesn't sound like a lot, but actually it turned out to be about 40 times as many infections than cases that had been identified to date in LA County. So what that meant was that the disease was considerably more widespread in the early days of the epidemic than public health realized. And it was that paper was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, which is one of the top medical journals.
And then did you have another study from California that you performed?
I did. I performed a study in Santa Clara County, which is where Stanford University is located, where I work. It's a similar study, but with a different sampling methodology. That paper found a similar result. About 2.8% of Santa Clara County in early April 2020 had evidence of antibodies in their blood of infection from the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The implication of that was that the survival rate from the disease was something like 99.8%. Again, almost 40 or 50 times more infections identified by us than cases that had been identified to date by public health. So I think there was like 1,000. I mean, it's like basically a 50-fold difference in the number of infections to cases. Many infections have gotten sort of never been identified, in part because testing resources hadn't been deployed so extensively, but also because many of the cases, maybe a third to a half of the cases, infections were with very few symptoms. So people just didn't show up to the doctor.
So what is the effect of are you saying that someone that's had it but wasn't formally diagnosed or counted, there's a group of those folks that were missed, and as far as how many COVID cases there were?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's still true. I think now with so much extensive testing, it's probably every case that's identified, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 are missed. So that's pretty well known. It's called an under ascertainment problem, and it's recognized by the CDC. So the point is that public health measures do not identify the majority of infections, and the infection spreads. This is partly why the lockdowns have been so ineffective in stopping disease spread, is because it's hard to identify. It's basically impossible to identify all the infections, given how widespread the disease is.
Did your research into this COVID-19 also reveal any type of racial disparities?
It did. Now this is work that I've done. I published it from the early days of the epidemic. There were very big racial disparities in knowledge about mitigation measures and implementation of those mitigation measures from the early days. Over time, now this is the 6th paper I've been mentioning, a paper on testing centers. The location of testing centers in the early days of the epidemic tended to be in more affluent, sort of lower fraction minority communities. So it tended to be sort of, if you're looking for structural disparities and racial disparities, this was an example of it. The testing centers in many places in the United States tended to be in more white, richer communities, especially in the early days. The lockdowns themselves have had actually enormous consequences on racial disparities. So, for instance, in California, in LA County, where I did that LA County study, Hispanics have had a outsized share of the infections relative to their population size. Much larger fraction of the infections have come to the Hispanic communities and Black communities in LA County and in California generally. Florida, which didn't lock down, actually has had infection rates in line with the population rates of the demographics. So Black communities in Florida and Hispanic communities in Florida have not had higher infection rates relative to other communities. It's been much more sort of in line with the demographics of Florida. Whereas in lockdown places like California and elsewhere, you see relatively affluent communities protected, whereas relatively poor communities with higher minority populations have been afflicted with COVID-19.
Doctor, have you, has your research covered any of the type of mandatory stay-at-home regulations that have been put in place around the country?
It has. So I published a paper in the European Journal of Clinical Investigation, which is a major journal in epidemiology and medicine, where we compared Sweden and South Korea, both neither of which implemented mandatory stay-at-home orders or mandatory business closures, against many other countries that actually did, using the methodology that sort of had been published before in science, using a methodology published by others, and the data set that was developed and again published in Science, one of the top journals in medicine in all of science. We adjusted that methodology to compare in the real world setting, how did South Korea and Florida do, I'm sorry, South Korea and Sweden do versus several other countries, including, I forget the exact list, but it's in the paper. And the finding was that in the early days of the epidemic, the implementation of stay-at-home orders and mandatory business closures had no statistically distinguishable effect on the spread of the disease. In fact, the disease spread at the same rate in places like South Korea and Sweden as it did in several of the other countries that did implement mandatory stay-at-home orders and forced business closures.
Doctor, you mentioned that you've been published 151 times in peer-reviewed journals. Have you been asked to serve as a peer that reviews submissions on COVID-19?
I have. I've lost track of how many times.
Very good. We'll get to your work here in Florida momentarily, but have you testified on COVID-19 items in other forums?
I have, both in courts and as well as in front of the House, the U.S. House, the U.S. Senate, several state legislatures as well. I've also served as an informal advisor to Governor Ron Desantis on COVID-19 issues.
Before we get to that, what were the topics that are you okay, Mr. Sheridan? I'm sorry. Is he okay?
I'm fine. I'm sorry. I was somebody else in my office.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
The topics that you testified in front of the United States Congress, what was the topic?
I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance. This is about, Florida masking issues, not congressional testimony.
Overruled.
So on a variety, I've testified on a variety of topics. One of the topics I've testified in front of the U.S. House was on the development of the vaccines and the regulation of the evaluation of the safety and efficacy of the vaccines. In the U.S. Senate, I testified on the safety of school sports for children. Let's see, I've kind of lost track on some of these. In the Arizona House, I testified on the lifting of lockdown policies. I'll leave aside the Florida thing because I said you'll ask me afterwards. I can go on, but I've had a number of other opportunities to testify in sort of official settings, some legislative settings on a whole variety of issues related to COVID policy, including on children.
Let's focus now. Florida. And so your relationship with Florida senior elected officials, government officials, you mentioned that you've spoken to Governor Desantis. Can you just tell us a little bit about your communications with the senior leadership of the state of Florida on the topic of COVID-19, please?
Sure. So I think it's the first time I spoke with Governor DeSantis was sometime in September of 2020, where he called me more or less out of the blue to ask my thoughts about the effectiveness of lockdowns, the harms of lockdowns. We spoke for a couple of hours where we discussed whole series of papers and on these topics. Since then, I think I've spoken to him something on the order of a dozen times, both in public and in private settings. Every single time focused on discussion of papers, scientific evidence on lockdown policies, lockdown harms, children on schools. We've discussed child masking. We've discussed vaccination strategy, the strategy for vaccinations. We've discussed treatment options for patients with COVID-19, a whole range of topics related to the epidemic. Again, every time focused on the discussion of scientific papers.
And you've participated in multiple roundtables with Florida senior leaders?
I have, yes. In particular with Governor Desantis leading at least 4 of them.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the defendants would like to publish exhibit number 24, which is the most recent roundtable that Governor Desantis convened. For efficiency purposes, we believe that will cover a significant amount of the testimony that Dr. Bhattacharya would testify to. It is a link. That's what exhibit 24 is. And so with your permission, Your Honor, if we can take the screen, is that the right wording, Mr. Burns?
Yes, let me hit.
Enables.
Exhibit 24 has been admitted, so I don't, does the plaintiffs have any objection to this?
The link was not provided. There was, it's merely a reference to it, so we would object.
Well, you agreed to have it admitted into evidence.
Which was a piece of paper, not a video file.
Your Honor, it's evidence that we would cover in his direct examination. It's just another medium, and it will shorten the time that Dr. Bhattacharya would have to testify. It also goes right to the basis of a rational, the evidence available or the information available to the senior leadership of the executive branch of the state of Florida when it made its.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the argument that exhibit 24 was agreed to, but not the link that it's identified there, Mr. Gallagher.
Sure, there's been no provision of any kind of video file to us other than a link. The other issue, which is as significant, is this link was removed by YouTube for misinformation purposes because of what was stated substance-wise regarding masking, lockdowns, the like. So we have substantive objections to this as being misleading.
Okay, here's the problem. You stipulated to this being admitted, so therefore they have a right to publish it. None of this was raised when you agreed to have it admitted into evidence.
And my expectation was that they were going to put up a piece of paper. It would be a one-page piece of paper. That's what was admitted, not a video file.
Gallagher, that's just disingenuous. You never stated that. It was, these objections were never raised. You can show the video link.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burns, I need to go to silent or no?
I put share screen on multiple, if that makes a difference. How long is this link, Mr. Bean?
It runs about 50 minutes, Your Honor, but it will severely reduce his direct examination.
Is the court reporter going to be able to transcribe it?
She should be able to do that, and we have it transcribed already if we would prefer to do that.
Okay, well, 50 minutes, it's 2:25. How long have we been back on the record? About 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I don't know if we're going to go straight through, but let's go ahead and start. How do y'all want to handle the court reporter transcribing? If it's a video link, she's not going to know who the people are.
Well, I think the people identify themselves as they speak, or they're identified during the video itself. We also can, we have a transcription of the roundtable that we can also submit to the court reporter, so she can also record it, right? And she can use the transcription to confirm it. I will say, Your Honor, at about the 20-minute mark, there's about 10 seconds of a little bit of interference. But other than that, the video runs.
Okay, but who's on this video link? Who are these? I have read of, I don't know where, probably in this case, but I've read of a meeting with the governor at some point.
Sure, this was a public roundtable. So if I may, Your Honor, the doctor was present. So doctor, do you recall who all was present at the July 26, 2021 roundtable?
I recall some of the people that were present. So I was present. The governor of Florida was present. Dr. Cody Meissner, I think of Tufts University, was present. Dr. Mike McDonald was present. I think he's at practice at USC, or at least in Southern California. And then there was a teacher and a student and a parent present, but I don't remember their names.
So am I supposed to accept the substantive evidence statements made by a student, a teacher, and a parent whose names we don't know, Mr. Bean?
Well, the witness doesn't know them, Your Honor, but they're identified by the governor in the video, which has been admitted. Yes.
All right, well, I'm going to repeat Judge Ben Willis, who's a very well-respected former judge. I receive it for what it's worth. It has been stipulated in the evidence. So let me see it, and it'll help me figure out, what it is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can play it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And do you want me to record it, or are you just going to submit the transcript to the court after the fact?
I would record to the court reporter. I would recommend that you at least record it so that you can compare the transcript to your recording.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead. Volume.
And can I make an objection to scope for anybody other than the doctor? Nobody cross-examine them.
Okay, but Mr. Gallagher, I continue to be a little nonplussed that none of this has been raised before you agreed to admit this into evidence.
I think we did that with the stipulation that we could challenge the veracity of it once we were there.
Really? I don't recall that.
Okay.
Was that Mr. Sheridan? Is that what you recall?
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was brought up again today too, Your Honor, when you went through the notebook at the beginning of the morning.
Veracity of Exhibit 24?
All the exhibits admissible, but the veracity was subject to challenge.
Admissible, but the
weight.
Right.
The weight?
I think that's what the court's already noticed.
Well, I will agree that all evidence is admissible. The finder of facts is entitled to weigh the evidence. I don't disagree with you on that. But I think I'm required to watch it now, then I can consider what weight to give it, just like any other piece of evidence that's been stipulated in the evidence.
Your Honor, Craig was for the record. I think the issue may become more simple than we've kind of found ourselves in. Evidence can be admissible for one purpose and obviously not be admissible for some other purpose. So I would agree with the court that it's been admitted and it can be reviewed, but whether or not it can be substantively relied upon would be subject to other evidentiary issues that could be raised.
Well, we'll have to take that up at some other time, but right now
Yes,
we're
sir.
going to watch the video link.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you can get the governor's sound on, and if he's not talking, if nobody's talking too fast for me to understand. I tend to understand slow talkers better than I do fast talkers. So I'm ready whenever you are.
Well, hello, I'm Governor Ron DeSantis. We have a panel here today to discuss unmasking our children in schools. As many of you know, there's been talk amongst the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, to force masking on school children. I think the Academy even says teachers and school children, regardless of even immune status, even if they've recovered from COVID or even if they have been vaccinated. And so we in Florida, at this point, our school districts have proposed the mask optional. But I think our fear is that seeing some of those rumblings, that there be an attempt from the federal level or even some of these organizations to try to push for mandatory masking of school children. And so our view is that this should absolutely not be imposed. It should not be mandated. And I know our legislature feels strongly about it, such that if you started to see a push from the feds or some of these local school districts, I know they're interested in coming in, even in a special session, to be able to provide protections for parents and kids who just want to breathe freely and don't want to be suffering under these masks during the school year. We've got a great panel, and basically we're going to talk about the science behind this, the effects it has on children, what parents think, teachers, from a psychological perspective. I think that there's really a lot here. So I'm pleased to recognize Dr. Jay Bhattacharya is here from Stanford Medical School. He's been involved in a number of roundtables that we've done, including one that YouTube and Google took down, because we actually, I think all the panelists said that it wasn't, there was no scientific justification to mask children in schools. So here we are full circle, still talking about that issue. And he is both an MD and a PhD, and has really been, I think, right on these issues from very beginning when there was a lot of hysteria going on. We also have Dr. Cody Messner, renowned pediatrician, as the chief of the Division of Pediatric Infectious Disease and professor of pediatrics at the Tufts University School of Medicine. And he's joining us on Zoom, I presume from up in Massachusetts. So thank you for doing that. He has been on a national authority on a whole host of issues, including CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, as well as the HHS National Vaccine Advisory Committee. We also have Dr. Mark McDonald, is a practitioner of over 14 years, based out of Los Angeles as a clinical psychiatrist with specific expertise working with children with autism, trauma, obsessive compulsive, and bipolar disorders. And he works closely with families, schools, pediatricians, and therapists to aid in his treatments. We also have Dr. David Withen, is the head of school at the Jacksonville Classical Academy. He's a veteran of the U.S. Army. He holds a master's and PhD in humanities from Faulkner University in Montgomery, Alabama. And he taught history, literature, and humanities, and his writing has been published in several popular and academic outlets. I actually visited the classical school in Jacksonville during the past school year, and really was a great example of a success of having kids in school in person. And they, from the very beginning of last school year, had normal school year. They did not have any mask requirements, and basically they didn't do at least any extreme social distancing that I could saw. They basically were kids, let the kids be kids, and the results were, I don't know that they had any more, but they probably even had less COVID cases than other schools who did the opposite. We have Anita Davis, is a concerned parent of mother of two sons. Her sons attend the Governor's Charter in Tallahassee, and she works as a parent liaison at the school. And then we have Everett Thompson, a rising senior and lacrosse player at Maclay in Tallahassee, and he is very concerned about masks being required this year. So let's just kick it off. Dr. Bhattacharya, here we are going into the school year. We have, if you go back to where we were maybe at the end of May, in terms of now with how the media is treating this, you have Delta variant. They're tracking rising cases in the Sun Belt, which we expected on seasonal basis. Nevertheless, you're now having people talk about, well, as we get into the fall, what does it mean for schools? Some people potentially even raising the prospects of restrictions. So how should we think of Delta, and should that change anything we're doing with respect to schools?
I don't think the Delta variant changes the calculus or the evidence in any fundamental way, Governor. So if you look at the data from before the Delta variant, look at Sweden, for instance, that kept their schools open, unmasked, no social distancing all year. The teachers themselves, and this is before the vaccine, were at lower risk of COVID deaths than the population at large, other workers in the population. And the kids themselves had 0 deaths, I think, in Sweden during that time. The Delta variant is coming in a context where every teacher has had the opportunity to be vaccinated if they so choose, so they're protected against severe disease. The kids themselves continue not to be, the evidence continues to show that they're not spreaders of the disease in any efficient way. So the masks themselves have a marginal, if any marginal benefit in slowing the spread of the disease. And of course, masks do actually cause some harm to children developmentally. So I don't think that the calculus has changed at all. It's still the same. I think on net, it's not a good idea to mask children.
What do you think about, we obviously had vaccines come out in December of 2020. I think if you look around the country, I know in Florida, we're close to 90% of seniors have gotten shots. I think most states, it's well over 75%, and some are even higher than 90%. You track these cases you hear about. Seems like the vaccines don't mean you won't test positive. I think there's been a lot of people test positive who have been vaccinated, but it does seem like we've seen a pretty significant decline in mortality amongst people who've been vaccinated. And so what's the point of tracking these cases the way we're tracking the cases if in fact, we believe that the data shows the vaccines protect you from severe outcome, but may not necessarily protect you from testing positive?
I mean, I think that as in epidemiology, we're going to want to continue to track cases, but to tell the public at large that one case is exactly like another, when in fact they're not. If you're older, you'd be more concerned. Older and unvaccinated, you'd be more concerned about a case. Those are the kind of cases you might want to track. If a child gets a case positive but with very few symptoms, well, in some sense, why should we be telling the public or panicking the public over that? So it's not a question of like, should we track or not track? To me, it's a question of putting these numbers in context. We have protected the vulnerable. By vaccinating the older population, we have provided them with enormous protection against severe disease and death. That's why you see, even as the cases have risen in Sweden in this past wave, or in the UK in this past wave, and in Florida in this past wave, the number of deaths have not risen proportionally. Why? Because we protected the vulnerable. The key thing to me is hospitalizations and deaths from COVID. Well, we've done an incredible job at decoupling the cases from the deaths. The public focus on cases at this point, I think, only serves to panic people, while that actually serving any public health purpose. We should absolutely continue to protect the vulnerable, and certainly there's reason to have public interest in that. But to track cases for its own sake, I think, is now counterproductive.
Final thing before we go to some of the other doctors. Are you aware? So we've had COVID certainly since January of 2020. We've been aware of COVID, at least. I mean, we probably should have been aware prior to that, but this is, we're dealing with China. So we've had ample time to study a whole variety of things. Is there a single randomized control trial study that shows that masking school children provides a benefit?
There's only been one randomized study of masks on COVID, a study of I think it was in Denmark, and it found essentially no statistically significant benefit on whether to the mask wearer from wearing the mask. I'm not aware of any other randomized evaluation of masks, even though it's been 18 some months that we've been living with COVID.
Are you aware of the people that are very pro mask requirements and mandates? Can they point to something and say, well, gee, Chicago school district had a mask requirement, this other school district didn't, and look how much poorly the school district that didn't have the mask requirement performed? Is there even examples of that where they cite anecdotally?
I mean, there's some correlation studies that are in the literature. I think there's one in Georgia, I think, and a couple other places. But they I have to say, like, generally that correlational evidence, I view that as poor quality evidence. And even with that caveat, many of them turn out to have. I mean, I think I saw a study in Florida that the schools that imposed masks had higher rates of teachers getting sick from COVID, and the kids themselves actually. I mean, there's no difference in outcomes because kids actually are pretty protected from COVID just by dint of being kids. So the correlational evidence, I think, is mixed, and there's literally no randomized evidence whatsoever for these masks in schools.
Thanks. Dr. Messner, can you weigh in on where do you see the debate right now about the forced masking of school children? Is the Delta variant changing any of this from a data perspective or just from a political perspective? And I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Well, first, Governor, let me thank you for inviting me and the opportunity to express my thoughts. It's very difficult, as you know, to get out any opinion that doesn't follow the party line, and it's a very depressing time. So let me first of all say that hello to Jay. I completely agree with Dr. Bhattacharya with his comments that have been fantastic during this whole pandemic. But let me make a couple of follow-up points to Dr. Bhattacharya. First of all, we're seeing disease in two populations right now. We're seeing COVID-19 infections in adults who have not obtained the vaccine. And I think everyone agrees that adults should be vaccinated. They should be fully vaccinated, either one or two vaccines, depending on the manufacturer. And if a person is vaccinated, then that person is more than 99% protected against severe disease, going to the hospital, or from dying. There will be a small percent who are vaccinated appropriately and who may turn out to be COVID positive with some symptoms, such as a runny nose or a cough or a sore throat. But remember, that's not the intention of why we vaccinate people. We vaccinate people to keep them alive, to keep them out of the hospital. An additional concern is that the way the CDC is defining a case, they are saying anyone who has a positive PCR assay is a case. And we don't do that for any other infectious disease, such as chickenpox or measles. If we were to look at a child who had chickenpox, we would see the characteristic rash of chickenpox, and everyone would agree that that child has chickenpox. Here, 80% of people who are PCR positive have absolutely no symptoms. So that's really not a definition of a case. It's really a distortion of the way we've always thought about a specific case of infectious disease.
Now, do you just, for Claire, because I think that's an important point. I looked at the clinical data from, I think both Pfizer and Moderna did the same thing. It was reported they're 95% protective against infection. They defined a case to be a positive test and symptoms. So if you were fully vaccinated, you tested PCR positive, but then you never had any symptomatic illness, you were counted as having been fully protected in that clinical trial. And I think now what we're seeing is you're seeing people who are fully vaccinated, who are testing positive. That is now counting as a case, but it doesn't have the accompanying clinical symptoms that would have been required for it to be considered a case in the clinical trial. And I raise that because does that mean that the vaccines are not performing as well as we hoped with preventing infection generally? Or is it just that we have different definitions of cases between what CDC says, just take a positive test, versus what the clinical trials were measuring, which was really a positive test plus some type of symptomatic illness?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. What we're concerned about is disease, not colonization or a positive PCR test in the absence of symptoms. Because you're entirely right. Out of the small number of people who are hospitalized and have a positive PCR assay, a very small number of them, and I'm sorry I misspoke, a very small number of them will be hospitalized because of PCR. For example, if a child is hospitalized with a broken leg, he or she is screened for SARS-CoV-2. That's a standard requirement pretty much throughout the country. And if the child is positive, that child is classified as a COVID hospitalization. It has nothing to do with COVID. The child is hospitalized because she has a broken leg. That leg needs to be set in a cast, and we need to ensure that there isn't a bacterial infection. It has nothing to do with it. But the CDC has not been willing to differentiate between people who are hospitalized with COVID and people who are hospitalized because of COVID. The same statement can be said about mortality. We know there have been about 609,000 deaths in Americans since this pandemic began. But if someone dies and has a positive PCR, that's classified as a COVID death. But we don't know that. They might have died from heart attack or stroke and happen to be colonized. Because remember, 80% of adults, and it's probably closer to 90% for children who are infected, don't have any symptoms whatsoever. So I think it's very important to differentiate a positive test in an asymptomatic person and a positive test in a person who is symptomatic. And we at the present time, we're not able to do that.
So in terms of the upcoming school year, I know the American Academy of Pediatrics, I think they're saying every student and teacher should be masked until, I guess, everyone's vaccinated. And I think they would even say if you've recovered from COVID, you should still have to do it. What is your thought on that? Do you think masks should be optional for students and families? And if so, why?
Yes, sir. I think I am a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I've been quite involved with the Committee on Infectious Disease, which is making these recommendations. And I have not had much success at even presenting an alternative perspective. I think the American Academy of Pediatrics is virtue signaling. They are reporting children who are hospitalized with a positive PCR or cases of PCR in the positive children in the community. And it's really not very useful information. We know that a lot of people are going to be test positive for COVID-19. This is an extremely infectious virus, and just being positive is no different than, for example, a person who is asymptomatic and has group A streptococcus in their pharynx. They're not likely to develop disease. So I think, and I don't want to take up too much time, but remember, masks are not worn to protect the individual who's wearing the mask. The CDC has clearly stated that its primary function of a mask is to reduce the spread of virus from a person who's asymptomatically infected to the contacts who are in close proximity. Well, whether or not children play a role in transmission of this disease is very, very difficult. That strongly shows that children act as vectors and increase the risk of dissemination. And then even if they do become infected, the likelihood that they will become sick is quite small. I mean, that data is pretty clear. So I strongly disagree with the recommendation that all children 2 years and above need to wear a mask. Incidentally, that's inconsistent with what the CDC has most recently recommended, and hopefully, despite the president's comments yesterday, hopefully the CDC will not change their recommendation once again. So I think that the harm that's been done to children, both physical, mental, emotional, has been extraordinary. And I think we're going to be stuck with that for a generation. Really what we've done is we've sacrificed children by closing down the schools in order to protect the adults, because children don't get very sick. And in fact, there are some studies that suggest a child is less likely to become infected in school than she or he is at home. So I think that it's a very difficult issue, but I think people like to say they're basing their decisions on science, but they're not. They're basing their recommendations on emotion. And we want to prevent as many infections in children as we possibly can. But people haven't been thinking about the consequences of the lockdown. They will be going to be extraordinary. Many of the children we have who are hospitalized in the Boston area are hospitalized because of mental health problems. There was a child who was swallowing razor blades, for example. There was another child, adolescent, who killed her dog and needed to be hospitalized. This is the most devastating consequence of SARS-CoV-2 epidemic. It's on the emotional impairment of health of children. It's not the disease. And wearing a mask, as you pointed out, and Dr. Bhattacharya pointed out, is not a very effective way of preventing disease. This may change. We may find a new variant that will emerge that's more infectious and causes more severe disease than the Delta variant we're dealing with primarily. It's primarily the Delta and the Alpha variants right now in the United States. This picture could change in time. But as of right now, I think the current recommendation by the CDC that masks are not needed inside social distancing, is not needed inside even in a choir or in a full capacity worship service. The masking is simply not indicated at this time.
Thank you. Dr. McDonald, from a psychiatric perspective, dealing with kids, how do you view the idea, the whole notion of the masking in school, forcing them to wear those? Have you seen negative ramifications from that? And do you think it's a good thing to force masks, or do you think it should be mask optional in K through 12 schools?
Thank you, Governor. My position is simple. Masking children is child abuse. There is no evidence to support the contention that masks prevent the transmission of respiratory illness through viruses at all. And there's substantial evidence that shows that children have been medically, physically, and psychologically harmed by mandatory mask mandates. I said this and I maintain this position from last April of 2020. And I continue my position today unchanged. In fact, I even reinforce this position. I've seen hundreds of children in the last year come to my practice who are coughing, spitting, sick in the throat, streptococcal infections, conjunctivitis, impetigo, allergic reactions, panic attacks, all from masks. Not a single child has benefited medically from wearing a mask, and they've all been hurt. I had one come into my practice last week. He's been in lockdown in his home for over a year. He has anxiety. He hasn't been able to play with his friends. He hasn't been able to attend school except through Zoom. He's attached to a keyboard. He brought the keyboard with him. He wouldn't look me in the face. He was wearing a mask in my office as it was his mother. She told me that he can't attend sleepovers now. He's not able to leave her to go to play therapy. Why? Because he has to wear a mask. And if he takes the mask off, he becomes scared. He has separation anxiety. My autistic patients are even worse. They can't wear the masks. So when they take the masks off, they have to leave wherever they are and go back to their home because they're not able to fly, they're not able to play, they're not able to attend their theater groups, their sports. I am appalled that we're even having this discussion. Every thoughtful, rational adult knows that children do not need to have their faces covered. More children died of influenza last year than ostensibly died of all of the variants combined. And yet we never asked children to wear masks during flu season. Why are we asking to wear masks now? There is strong evidence, even as of last week, when Dr. Marty McCarthy published his report in Johns Hopkins Journal, after studying 44,000 cases of children supposedly infected with this virus, not a single healthy child actually died from it. All the deaths were in children that suffered from severe illness, such as leukemia or morbid obesity. We have studies as early as April from last year out of Germany and Lower Saxony that show that children in schools not wearing masks actually helped prevent transmission of infection to their teachers, who were worse off when their teachers were staying at home with their own families, i.e. children are actually a sink to the transfer of infection. They do not transfer infection to adults. They do not get sick and die themselves. So the only valid argument to make for masking children is that it protects them or it protects adults. Neither is valid, neither is substantiated. On the other hand, there is substantial evidence that they're being harmed physically and emotionally. Depression and anxiety have gone up 300 and 400% in the last year. In the 4 counties in Southern California, the coroners showed teenage and child suicide increased between 2019 and 2020, year over year, increased. Mental illness is a catastrophe in this country, primarily due to lockdowns and children, but the masks is not helping. The masks are nothing more than a symbol of fear and anxiety. They do nothing to help us medically, and they're destroying our country, and we need to take them off of our children's faces, and we need to let them roam and breathe freely.
Have you noticed, you go back pre-COVID, kind of kids go to school, kids play, it's just kind of normal. And then with COVID, obviously there was a lot of places in Los Angeles, a lot of kids couldn't even get back into school in person. But then even in areas where you had it, they're basically being taught, and the mask is the number one symbol, to view themselves and each other as primarily vectors of a disease rather than kind of just human beings. Have you seen that, and what ramifications does that have for their upbringing?
Well, this has become a medical apartheid state. You have people who do not wear masks, and you have people who do wear masks. And those who aren't wearing masks, and I'm pointing specifically to children in this case, are viewed as dangerous, or are viewed as immoral, or are viewed as non-compliant. In other words, they're bad. So even children who don't want to wear masks, who are forced to wear them, feel terrible about this, but they don't have any choice, because if they don't wear their mask, they're ostracized. Children cannot coexist, in my city anyway, with mask mandates if they don't wear the mask. And even without the mask mandate, there are still some women, mothers, fathers who will not let their children play with other children who don't wear masks, because they think that without the mask, their child is going to make them sick. So it really is a kind of a stain. It's a sign for other children to note that when you have a mask on, you're a good boy or a good girl. And if you don't have it, you're not. And I think that that's a very important, visible symbol of separation that we underestimate. A vaccine is one thing. You don't see a vaccine. And unless you disclose the information or are forced to, nobody knows if you have a vaccine. But you certainly know if you have a mask on. And kids see that right away. And when kids see other kids with masks or without masks, they make judgments, they make opinions, and they behave in concert with them.
Great. Dr. David Withen from Jacksonville Classical Academy. So there's debate about, do you need to have masking? Do you do this? We had kids in school all last year in Florida. Particularly the policies
off for now. Can we just take a break now? I think we've gone about 30 minutes in the tape. I think there's about 19 minutes left. Why don't we take the break? A 15-minute break now. We'll finish the tape. It looks like it's 19 minutes approximately left, and then we'll continue on with the live witness.
Understood.
Okay, I'll see you back in 3:15.
Charles, tell the judge to let Tracy in when he comes back on.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
Could you let Ms. Sticko back before we get too started?
a pardon?
Could you let Ms. Sticko in the room? I think she's in the waiting room.
Okay, I will. Oh, she's in the waiting room?
Believe so.
Yeah, just a second. Yes, okay. All right, she should be in. I can't see, but just a few of the lawyers. Are we ready, Mr. Bean? Are you there?
The defendants are ready, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Bean, and start up the video. And we'll finish the 19 plus minutes of it here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're up to the individual school districts, or in your case, the individual charter schools. And then we also have a lot of private schools. You guys did effectively a normal school year. You did not require masks. I know when I visited the kids, you would not have known that it was post-COVID versus pre-COVID. It just looked like a school. So can you talk about what you guys did and then what the outcomes have been at classical school?
Yeah, so we started the year with 450 students, about 25%, just over 25% of them were online. For those that were in person, our policy was that the mask was optional. So we, if their parents wanted them to wear it, then they would wear it. We wouldn't enforce it over the course of the school day, so it wasn't the role of the teacher, for example, to enforce wearing of masks. We did keep lunches in the classroom so that they weren't mixing with other classes, and they were otherwise allowed to function in the classroom as a normal classroom. They interacted with students. There was no barriers between the desks. They were allowed to play with each other. The teacher was allowed to give them hugs and so on. And over the course of the first semester, we had a sort of slow trickle of students who had started online, who ended up with us in person by January. We had none online. So we had all of our students, all 450 in the building, essentially functioning as normal in the classroom. And the result was that we had a normal school year. We had a few students and teachers who tested COVID positive, often at the end of vacation time and not during the actual school weeks. They stayed home and the rest of us continued to go on, and then they returned to us when they were well again.
Is there any basis in terms of your COVID experience? Did you guys do any worse than any of the schools that required masks, to your knowledge?
No, we didn't have any massive outbreaks and have to shut down the school or anything like that. It was essentially a normal year with children out sick occasionally. And
most of the infections, it seems reasonable based on the facts you said, probably did not occur in the school.
Right. Yeah. I would dread the end of Thanksgiving and Christmas break and so on, because the barrage of emails would come in saying we won't be back for another 2 weeks. And that was typically when we had the most cases.
And so overall, I know you guys are getting ready to go back next month. Successful school year for you guys?
Absolutely.
And the parents were happy that their kids were in every day and able to be kids?
Yes, absolutely.
And what percentage would you say of kids opted to wear the masks?
It was a fairly low percentage, probably between 5 and 10% total.
Okay, Anita Davis.
Yes, sir.
Concerned parent, mother too. Why don't you talk about, as a mom, talk about your sons and talk about how you view the mandatory masking in schools going forward?
Okay. Well, first, I'd like to thank you for having us here today, Governor Desantis. Well, I'm glad that you're having this discussion simply because as a parent liaison for Governor's Charter Academy specifically, we want it to be a parental choice, right? If you feel strongly about that, then that's fine. However, Our little ones don't really understand that when they arrive at Governor's Charter Academy. They don't understand the social distancing, the mask wearing, and it is very challenging. And that then requires staff, teachers to police the mask wearing. And much like my counterpart from Jacksonville Classical, we did not have large breakouts at Governor's Charter Academy. With our children, well, as a mom at home, our boys are participating in sports without masks. And we are doing our part, right? So I think it comes down to accountability, and that's what you're doing. You're allowing each individual to make that. And if we mandate it, then what are we really saying to our parents, our children? What are we saying that to our teachers? Because then when you mandate it, much like last school year with Governor's Charter Academy, many show up for the mandate, but they're not providing masks. So then the school has to provide masks, the administration has to make sure, then the teachers have to police it. And we literally had medical personnel on staff that police the classrooms on a consistent basis. It just simply is not, feasible for our students.
So your sons, do they do better without having to wear masks than having to wear masks?
Oh, absolutely. Because especially with our middle son who is on the spectrum, right? So for him, with all of the media coming in and saying that, and he's very close to his baby brother who went back in person to school, right? His thought process was that my brother's going to die if he leaves. And then we had to take therapeutic, counseling for him to help him understand, no, son, that's, it's going to be fine. And we just use accountability. We take the proper precautions, right? Like we would with any other thing, with the flu. And we make sure that we are doing what we need. But our boys, for the most part, no. They're participating in sports. The mask probably only helped mom with the smell of football, really. Other than that, no, sir.
Great. Everett Thompson, you're going to be a senior. You play lacrosse at a local school here in Tallahassee. Talk about mask mandate in school. I know you guys had to have one last time. This year, maybe it's going to be optional, it looks like. So what is your view, just as a student, about having to wear a mask all the time, and would you rather have it be optional?
Yes, sir. So it was obviously a completely different school year than anything I'd ever experienced. It was quite a challenge to adapt to it and have to live your day wearing a mask and have to abide by that, and you can't slip up and forget your mask or accidentally have it down. But it really caused a problem for my learning. I know a lot of my peers learning as well, because we depend so much on facial expressions and reading lips to comprehend new things and learn from our teachers. And we just got none of that because all you see is a mask. As well as you walk into a classroom, you're so used to being greeted by a great smile, and instead all you see is a mask, and it's dull. And you're in the courtyard with your friends, hanging out during your break, and you just want to relax and have a good time between your breaks and between classes and not worry about school. And you can't see them laugh or smile. It's just the masks. So it was quite a challenge and very different.
What about in terms of just how effective it was? I mean, I would imagine that did you have to have them when you were sitting in class too, wear them the whole time?
It was the only time we couldn't wear them at school was if we were actively eating or drinking.
So I'd imagine though kids probably had it around their I mean, was there constantly being policed, if it falls below your nose or people?
If it was below your nose and you got warned one time, the second time you get detention.
So you basically, except for, did you have to do it for physical activity like gym class and stuff?
Yeah. So we had to wear our masks during weightlifting and during lacrosse. We didn't have to wear them during practices, but during our meetings beforehand, we'd have to wear them all in the meeting room, even though, we're hanging out after school. We're, all friends outside of school, but, still had to do it.
Yeah. And do you think if given the choice, do you think most of your classmates would choose to not wear a mask?
I believe so, yeah. Just because we're all 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old students who aren't, a good amount of my friends have had it, and it's just a cold. They lose their smell and taste for 2 weeks, and then they're back up and firing. So nobody my age without any medical conditions really concerned about it that I know.
And even though your school required masks last school year, when you guys would hang out outside of school, were you required to wear masks in like each other's homes, or were you guys just behaving normally?
We just went about life normally.
Yeah. So, what do you think? I mean, do you think most parents agree with you that it should be optional, that they have choice, or what's your sense of talking with other parents?
Well, I have to work directly with our parents for our school. So basically they want to make it optional.
Yeah.
Because for the most part, when the children are showing up for school, those parents that are adamant about it, their children are masked. Others show up to school and we have to provide the mask for them. So obviously they're not utilizing that on a consistent basis outside, in public, and in different spaces. So we've left it, basically up to them. And I think that's a good choice.
Would you guys wear the same mask every day, or how dirty were these masks?
I personally wouldn't. I know some people who did, just kept theirs in their car and put the same one on every day.
That's true.
But I would just get the disposable ones.
You are different disposable mask every day. Okay. So, well, I think for sure you're going to have some of the kids that wear cloth mask and they're going to just take it out of the pocket and put it. And it's like, there's definitely some hazards in that when you're talking about teenage kids. So, anything do you think that needs to be mentioned going with this?
Yeah, I think I want to completely agree on the harms of masking. Right, we sometimes in the epidemiology community and other and scientific community, we've talked about masks as if they were a costless intervention. The psychological harms are real, the developmental harms are real, and the fact that there really is, not everybody, but a very substantial number of people that really just don't like them. We have to take that seriously. Like we shouldn't just treat that as if they were a nothing. And I'd ask fellow scientists and other fellow epidemiologists that work on this to think about that just because you think that other people should just adopt masks as if there were no costs, you have to listen to people. Like you have to listen and hear what people are saying, these are real costs to them, and not just dismiss that as if it were an easy intervention that automatically will address the epidemic. It's not true that if 90% of the people wear a mask will end the epidemic. That 90% of the United States actually reported wearing masks last year. We didn't end the epidemic, and there's lots of harms. I think those are real. We should take them into account.
Yeah, and I just think, I know Dr. Mester, you mentioned being trying to work with the American Academy of Pediatrics and kind of not getting through, and that they kind of have their agenda. I would just say, just as a parent of a 4-year-old daughter, 3-year-old son, and a 16-month-old daughter, and I think my wife, I can speak for her too. Our confidence in some of the pediatric leadership and some of the medical leadership has been shattered by how these people have reacted to this pandemic, by not following data, ignoring countervailing evidence, sticking to their script regardless of the outcomes, ignoring harms, particularly for young people, and being willing, indeed even delighting in imposing really unspeakable burdens on the most defenseless and least dangerous segment of our society in terms of this, the kids. And you see that with having kids locked out of school. We kind of take it for granted in Florida because we had a school year. When we were doing that, we got sued by the teachers union to close the schools. We had all this controversy. There was zero controversy about the data, but it was almost as if that data didn't exist. And then this idea that we have to put plastic dividers and some of the nonsense that you've seen, I just think it's going to have long-term implications. And when they come out and say that everybody in a school needs to be masked, in spite of the fact that we have schools like Classical School in Jacksonville, we have a majority of our school districts required, but many did not. And those are massive numbers of schools as well. There was no difference in outcomes in any of these places. Of course, our private schools, by and large, parents could do what they wanted to do. We have a whole school year in the books about this at this point. And to just ignore that and to continue, I think is very, very problematic. And I know we live in a very political age and there's a lot of partisanship. But, the confidence I think parents are going to have going forward when some of these authority figures speak on other issues, I think is going to be dramatically reduced. And I think rightfully so. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but and if it wasn't for some of us sticking up for the kids, you would have had millions of more kids locked out of school for most of last year. So we didn't let that happen in Florida. And basically going forward, we believe that parents can make decisions about their child's health and safety, which is why we think that the parents can make the decision about whether the kids should be wearing masks in school. I would think the majority of parents in Florida are probably going to opt against doing that because I think that they recognize the track record of the last year. And there's not evidence in places where you can say, well, gee, because they didn't have masks, they had these horrible outcomes. That just didn't happen. We basically had normal school years in many parts of the state. They were successful. You had school years in other parts which were in person, which is good, where there was mitigation like masks and maybe some other things. And you know what? The COVID results were no different. But I do think the comfort of the students, things like being able to see people smile and have a good time. I mean, that's normal human behavior. And that's things that we need to make sure that we're exposing our kids to. And so I hope that I want to, just commend all the Florida school districts who up to this point have all adopted policies of masks being optional and basically being the decision of the parent and the student. And I think we look forward to starting the school year without that being the case. I think that that's the most just way to do it. At the same time, I mean, we just look when we see some of this stuff rattling around, when they say that all these elementary school kids are going to have to wear masks all day, coming out of Washington, coming out of these organizations. I just thought it was important to make sure that we get some folks together who can speak intelligently about this, both from a medical perspective, a psychological perspective, but also just the perspective of people on the ground who are running schools, who have kids in school, or who themselves are in school. And I think it really makes a difference. So our hope is that we go into next school year full throttle, just like last year, but a normal school year. And if you look back, I mean, about this time, everyone was gearing up, and I remember like Good Morning America would show up at like some of our school districts to try to act like, oh my gosh, impending doom. And that was kind of the narrative when we'd have athletics, all this stuff. They tried to stop college sports last year at this time. I mean, I remember the Big Ten, they canceled the season. We made sure that the SEC, ACC, and the other conferences here in Florida, our schools were playing, and we weren't going to deprive the student athletes of that opportunities. But there's just been so much nonsense that's been put out. Hopefully we can kind of be grounded on this, go forward, I think, in an intelligent way, and just make sure that Anita and her fellow parents get to make the decisions that you think's best for your boys. And that's all that I would ask for as a parent as well. I mean, I think that that's something that's reasonable. All right. Any parting shots from anyone? Is there anything that we missed from the discussion? Yes.
Governor, Cody Meissner here. I would just like to remind people that an education is one of the most fundamental rights that a child has. An education is the route by which a person can get out of poverty or have equality in terms of opportunity. And closing of the schools has aggravated the issue of inequity in our society. It's been more harmful for children who come from a family of limited resources because they can't afford to send them to a private school. They can't afford to hire tutors, and they don't have those parents may not have the time to do the teaching themselves. So I think that I so fully agree with your comment that we are going to be stuck with a generation of children who are suffering the consequences of this. And I think we're enhancing inequity within our school systems. And I think wearing a mask, as has been pointed out by Everett, a very eloquent young man, that impairs the learning experience. And it's the consequences of doing this far exceed any very limited benefit. So thank you, and I commend you too, Governor, for your support of this.
No, absolutely. And we, last year when the kids went back, we had a period of virtual in the tail end of the school year of the 1920 school year, as I think everywhere in the country did. And we have really been pioneers in distance learning in Florida. We have a Florida virtual school. Other states are actually coming to us saying, hey, how are you doing this? So we did a very good job with the tools we had. But even with that, even though we had put a lot of resources into it, the distance learning was just a far cry from actually being in person, particularly with some of our students with special needs. I mean, it was a total disaster. And so we recognize that, we recognize the importance. But the thing that struck me was not just the academic benefits of doing it, which is obvious when you have a teacher there, but how people felt. The first day of school in August 2020 in Florida, every single principal, teacher I talked to, they never saw the parents and students so happy to be back, because they were back amongst their peers, they were back amongst their colleagues, and they understood how important that was. All right, anybody else? Okay, well, thanks everybody, we appreciate it.
May it please the court, may I continue?
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you. Dr. Bhattacharya, thank you for your patience. Based on the research and analysis and your experience that you've testified to, and then the roundtable, but this was not the only roundtable discussion with Governor Desantis, correct?
No, I think this was the last one, though. That was that one, but there have been 4 at least.
And were there communications with the Department of Education senior officials?
Not so much directly with the Department of Education, no.
But mainly through the governor's office?
Yes.
Okay. So, Doctor, based on your research analysis and your studies, have you formed an opinion on the infection or the fatality risk due to COVID-19 based on age?
I have. So from the Santa Clara study and from now hundreds of other seroprevalence studies that have been conducted around the world, there's the median survivability of COVID infection from diseases, from infections around the world and studies from around the world is 99.8%. So someone who's infected survives the disease 99.8% of the time. That hides an incredible distinction between the risk that older people face and younger people face. So for instance, again, from seroprevalence studies around the world, the estimate put out by the World Health Organization actually is that people that are over the age of 70 have a 95% survival rate. So 5% mortality, infection fatality rate, which is actually quite high. Whereas people under 70 have a 99.95% survival, 99.95% survival. And for children, it's even higher, 99.99+% survival from infection.
Doctor, have you, based on your research and your studies and the information in your declaration, which is Defendant's Exhibit 14, what about the capacity of children to transmit COVID-19? Do you have any opinions on that?
I do. It's actually one of the most remarkable findings, and from even early in the epidemic, that children are inefficient transmitters of this disease. Unlike many other respiratory viruses, where children actually do spread the disease very efficiently, including the flu. For this disease, the evidence, very strong evidence from around the world again, indicates that children are inefficient spreaders of the disease. I'll just give you a couple of studies just to give you some sense of what the evidence is like, how strong it is. There was a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, probably the top medical journal in the United States, out of Iceland. In Iceland, they sampled 12%, randomly sampled 12% of their population for the nose tests, the nasal tests. They found every single person in April of 2020 who had the disease in that sample. And then many contact tracing studies. Contact tracing studies are somebody who's positive, and then they ask, who else have you interacted with? and say, okay, I've interacted with person A and person A and B have interacted with each other, it's very difficult to tell if person A passed the disease to person B or person B passed the disease to person A. What they did in Iceland is they sequenced the genome of every single virus they found. You know, the virus has many, many mutations, but from this pattern of mutations, you can distinguish often whether person A passes the disease to person B or person B passes the disease to person A. The striking finding from that study, which the lead author then gave an interview to in a science journal, a science museum journal, he said that there was not a single instance of a child passing the disease on to a parent. Not one instance of a child passing this, but many, many instances of adults passing the disease on to children. This kind of result has been, although not quite so rigorously, has been documented over and over again, that children are not the super spreaders that sometimes they're made out to be in the press. They're not, they often reflect community spread of the disease rather than drive community spread of the disease. And you can see this in many of the studies that I cite in my declaration, from around the world, that for instance, keeping schools open did not result in disease spread. Probably another striking finding, probably one of the most striking results in the literature, is a study from Sweden, published again in the New England Journal of Medicine. There, they kept schools open throughout the epidemic for children 15 and under last year, with no social distancing and no masks. There were no child deaths, and the teachers, this is again before the vaccine, had COVID rates at lower than the population at large, than other workers. So in a sense, the schools were safer places to be for the teachers than the community at large.
Doctor, how about, have you formed any opinions on the harm to children from mask wearing in school?
Yes, so if you look at the pre-COVID literature, it emphasizes that children need to be able to see faces in order to develop in many, many ways, including social development, emotional development, some evidence on language acquisition, especially for young children. Requiring mask wearing for children imposes costs, harms on children's social and emotional development. On the basis of this, the World Health Organization recommends against masking very young children. Unlike the CDC, which says you should mask if you're 2 years old and up, the World Health Organization explicitly says do not mask if you're 2 to 5. And for children 6 to 11, the World Health Organization provides conditions under which masking may make some sense or may not make some sense, but emphasizes very strongly as one of the considerations the harm to child development from masking. Children need to see faces in order to learn many things, and masking can interfere with that. There's also a study that I cite. There are some other harms from masking that if you look at complaints that people give about masking, they include things like people will say that they have difficulty breathing. People will say that they get headaches. People will say they have a whole range of symptoms. I believe that we should take those self-reports seriously, right? Those are actual harms reported by actual people. How common they are is another question. So that's, I think, a matter for a lot of dispute in the scientific community. I cite one particular study of blood donors, where people were able to distinguish blood donors who'd been masked and blood donors who had not been masked. But I forget exactly the country, but it's in my declaration. But there, what they found was that the blood donors who had been masked, when they analyzed the blood, showed more evidence of slight hypoxia. Hypoxia means lower oxygen levels than normal, than the unmasked blood donors. So there's all kinds of evidence. I wouldn't say it's. I mean, I'd say it's one of these things where. If you look at the pre-2020 evidence, the evidence on development is quite strong. It's the basis of the difference of opinion between the World Health Organization and the CDC, for instance. The evidence on the discomfort and so on, again, I think there's a lot of dispute in the literature.
Doctor, do you consider the World Health Organization as a credible medical association?
I mean, it certainly is an authoritative one. I do think, in my view of these medical associations, is they're attempting to reflect a consensus view in a situation where there's not necessarily a strong consensus. I think in situations like that, it pays to look carefully at what the evidence that these associations cite, these bodies cite, and then make up your mind about the quality of the evidence, about the risks and benefits, and then use that when you're thinking about local conditions. You take local conditions into account as well.
Has the Center for Disease Control, did they ever compare the efficacy of the mask versus a mask versus the vaccine?
So there's famously the director of the CDC, Robert Redfield, last year, the old director, in a press conference argued that masks were more effective than vaccines. But I think he regretted that statement. It's actually not. It is absolutely not true. The CDC has supported and published some studies on the efficacy of masks, but no randomized evaluations on the efficacy of masks that I'm aware of.
Yeah, how effective is a mask if it's not worn correctly?
I mean, generally quite ineffective. The mask, in order to be most effective, has to have the most effective masks are masks called N95 masks, at least the ones that are in common use. The N95 mask, in order to be effective, have to have a very tight seal. And in fact, medical personnel are trained to have that tight seal around the mouth and nose. If masks are not worn properly, they often leak air around the sides and up and above and below. So, for instance, that's why masks, folks who wear glasses often have their masks, their glasses fog up because the air leaks up through the front or through the sides. Masks, if not worn properly, have very low efficacy. I just give you let me give you one piece of evidence on this. And in fact, it's the only randomized piece of evidence on this. It's the only high quality study that I think exists on masks and COVID-19. It's a study that was conducted in Denmark, where they randomized, I think it was something like 3,000 people into where they were provided masks, and another 3,000 into not wearing masks. They're not provided masks. What they found during a time of high community spread was that there was no statistically significant difference in the probability of becoming ill with COVID-19 among the people that were randomly assigned the mask or the people randomly not assigned the mask. No difference in COVID-19 outcomes. No statistically significant difference. If you tried to calculate the efficacy, taking the estimate as true, although again, not statistically meaningful, you'd find that the mask efficacy is something on the order of 14%, whereas the vaccine efficacy in the trials were more something on the order of 95%. So to go back to your earlier question, masks are considerably, I mean, orders of magnitude less efficacious than vaccines.
Now, because notwithstanding the efficacy of it, does the Food and Drug Administration consider the mask a medical device?
Yes. In fact, the history of it is that they used to be considered a Class 2 medical device.
What is a Class 2 medical device?
So Class 1 would be something like a Band-Aid. Class 2 would be, I think, a CT scanner would fall under a Class 2 medical device. Class 3 are things like pacemakers.
Our last area, Doctor, is the Delta variant. I think you discussed it in the roundtable that we just played, so I don't know that we need to get into it too much, but have you been studying the Delta variant to the extent that that's possible?
I have been.
And does that change your opinion on the efficacy of wearing masks?
No, it does not. So just a couple of pieces of evidence on this, and probably the best evidence on the Delta variant comes from the Public Health England reports in the UK. They report a weekly update on tracking of the Delta variant, its lethality, and its effects on in the UK. So the Delta variant seems to be less lethal than the other variants, according to the Public Health England reports, for both the over 50 and the under 50 group. It does seem to be more transmissible, but the key thing is it does not escape either vaccine-mediated immunity or natural immunity, in the sense that if you had a previous infection and recovered, or if you had the vaccines, you were still protected against severe disease and death, even against the Delta variant. And that's pretty clear from much of the data coming out of England.
Can you talk a little bit about the particle size in relationship, whether to nanometer or to micrometer, and what effect that has on a cloth mask that is typically used?
Sure. So it's a little bit of a complicated thing, but the virus itself is something on the order of 100 nanometers in size. Nanometers is 10 to the minus 9 meters. So 10 to the minus 9 means like a billion nanometers for 1 meter. So 100 nanometers is 0.1 micrometers. Micrometer is 10 to the minus 6 in size. So 10 to the minus 6 meters. So 1 million. Now, that's not quite the relevant thing. The relevant thing is, what's the size of the droplet or aerosol that the virus that holds the virus? Aerosols tend to be small in size, less than, I think, 5 micrometers is the size. Could be smaller than that also. And the masks that are in traditional use tend to do poorly with aerosols. Again, because they're not held tightly around your cheeks, and so the fog that you get is an aerosol escaping the mask that you get when you fog up your glasses, for instance. The masks are much more effective with droplets, bigger particles, so more than 5 micrometers in size. Masks tend to be better. Now, different types of masks have very different properties. Cloth masks are by far the worst, and so they're less good at both droplets and aerosols. Surgical masks are not much better, actually, on aerosols at all. N95s, if properly worn with a tight fit, tight seal, can actually have quite a good effect on stopping both aerosols and droplets. My observation, and this is the like, admittedly, there's a ton of I haven't reviewed a ton of literature on this, but my observation is that most people wearing masks in common use outside of healthcare settings do not wear them very tightly around with a seal. In any case, in the context of healthcare settings, the regulations that go around that sort of govern that tend to have people removing masks with a mask break, because if it is tightly sealed around you, it's harder to breathe. So you have mask breaks. The other thing is you have if you touch your face with it, you should replace the mask. You should replace it very, very, very frequently, especially if the masks get moist. They get less good at stopping even droplets. So yeah, I think the physics of masks have. I mean, it's a little hard to. Some of it's not quite so intuitive. So aerosols, for instance, are like a cloud. They sit in the room where you are for over a long period of time. They don't. That's why, like, the physical distancing measures that the CDC has revised. But then when they realized that the disease could spread via the aerosols, maybe they changed the physical distancing recommendations in response to that, because the aerosols last in the air and can travel quite a ways.
Typically, in your experience, does the CDC have more of a global view as opposed to a local view?
Yeah, the CDC is, of course, setting recommendations for the nation at large. The recommendations on a whole host of topics tend toward the extremely conservative. I think in part because they are trying to make recommendations that might apply to the nation at large. Consistently, when you think about how to use CDC recommendations, it should always be with the local conditions that it kept in mind. And often the CDC does put that into their recommendations explicitly, but that's sort of implicitly in every CDC recommendation.
So is it, does the Delta variant change any of your opinions that you've put in your declaration or you've discussed today?
No. So the Delta variant, as I said, from the data on the UK, is less deadly and perhaps more transmissible. The masks, that there's no evidence that the masks, no randomized evidence, no high quality evidence that masks stop the disease spread. There's the observational evidence such that there is in schools in Florida and elsewhere suggests that masked districts did no better than unmasked districts. That was for the less transmissible variants that preceded the Delta variant. If masks did not do the job of stopping disease transmission with the less transmissible variants, it's really unclear why one would expect they would have any different effect on a more transmissible variant like the Delta variant. So the marginal benefit of masks, essentially, even with the Delta variant, is very close to zero as far as stopping disease spread. Certainly, there's no high quality evidence to support the assertion that masks stop the disease from spreading. Sometimes you'll hear about people say, look, my mask protects you, even if it doesn't protect me. But I'll say there's no randomized evidence in the literature at all that supports that notion. And furthermore, there is evidence from the flu where there were randomized evaluations done of the effective masking on whether the mask protects other people from the flu. And they were all also negative. There were no findings in community settings that masks can serve as a effective source control for the flu either. So you have, coming into the pandemic, a lot of negative randomized evidence suggesting that masks are not particularly effective in stopping respiratory virus spread. And in the context of COVID, you have one trial, the Danish mask trial that we discussed earlier, that shows no statistically significant effect on protecting the wearer of the mask.
Doctor, in your declaration, you talk about the possibility of mutation, and that does not alter the conclusion that masks on children are unwarranted. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So the fact is, this is an RNA virus. RNA viruses mutate. This virus has been mutating ever since it first came out, continuously. The possibility that the virus can mutate is into forms that are more virulent is always there. To date, none of those mutations have put it in a form where masks would have a benefit. In any case, to have some sort of theoretical, there's a theoretical debate in the scientific community about what conditions foster mutation more or less, and in which direction. I think all of that is, as I said, a theoretical matter. I don't think masking or unmasking children or providing parents the option to opt out will have any predictable effect on the direction of mutation of this virus.
Do you believe that a parent is the best person to make the healthcare decisions for their child?
I do. I mean, I have 3 children myself. I certainly believe that very strongly, that I know their situation much better than even their doctor. In particular, masking children at school, the harms to the child, I think, are better and best known by the parent than by any other. I mean, they see the kid when the kid comes home. They see the mask when the kid comes home with the mask, or maybe if they lost the mask, they can talk to the kid about what their experiences were like, and they can weigh that against the evidence on infection control. I think the parents should have the option one way or the other. I think they're in the best position to know the local conditions of their own child.
Doctor, in your declaration in paragraph 51, the last sentence, you write, quote, however, comma, the possibility of such a mutation does not alter the conclusion that masks on children are warranted. Did you mean to say that?
I meant to say unwarranted. That was a typo.
Thank you. And your declaration is 19 pages with 52 footnotes. Is that correct?
There's something on that, something like that. Yeah, 52, 50 something.
Your Honor, based on the testimony, the declaration that's in as evidence, the curriculum vitae, the defendants tender Dr. Bhattacharya as an expert in the field of infectious disease epidemiology, health policy, and health economics, and ask that he be recognized as an expert in accordance with 90.702 Florida statutes.
I believe Professor Earhart recommends, as well as Judge Padovano in his book recommends, that the court doesn't make findings of whether someone is an expert or not, but merely allows the other side to question their expertise if they wish to do so, or to ask questions. So if you're finished with the direct, I'll be glad to turn it over to the other
Sure.
side.
Doctor, has any court ever denied recognize you as an expert witness?
No court has denied me as an expert witness.
Okay. Your Honor, no further questions, and we tender the witness. Thank you.
Okay, so who is going to ask the questions?
I will, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallagher?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you may go ahead. I guess, I don't know, does anyone want a break? We're going to stop at 5. Mr. Sheridan says no.
I don't need a break.
Well, let me ask the court reporter. She's the most important person in the room. Would you like a break? You sure? Okay. Anyone else? Okay, go. You may proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Bhattacharya, if we could have one agreement for clarity, that being, if you would please wait for me to conclude my question before you begin your answer, that would be most helpful. Is that agreeable?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So you don't treat COVID patients at all, do you?
No.
And you never have treated COVID patients in your practice?
I don't have a practice. I do research full time.
So as a physician, you've never treated COVID patients at all?
I don't have a practice. I don't treat patients. I do research full time and I teach.
So you would classify yourself as a full-time researcher and professor of various topics?
Professor of medicine, yes.
And you also indicate you hold a position with Acumen. What is the nature of that company? Is it a marketing company? Is it consulting? What does Acumen do?
Acumen provides advice to federal agencies, including the Food and Drug Administration and the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, on various scientific topics. So for instance, for the Food and Drug Administration, Acumen helps conduct evaluations of the safety of vaccines. So I participate in advising Acumen on those kind of activities.
Are you an officer of the company?
No.
Do you have any ownership share in the company?
No.
And do you have any income derived from that position?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You clarified earlier that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart and pro bono. Are there any other sources of income that relate to either your publication or speaking or travel or appearances?
No sources of income for, you mean related to COVID? The answer is no.
Well, no, to writing or to appearing for any kind of appearance.
No, I apologize. Yeah, so the only sources of income I have are from Acumen and from Stanford, or employment at Stanford.
And you write about a very wide area of topics, do you not? COVID, AIDS, healthcare, cost, antibiotics, the flu.
I mean, I've written on infectious disease epidemiology since the beginning of my career.
You would agree you've not conducted any actual research on COVID in Florida, would you not?
So that's actual research on COVID in Florida. I've done national studies of knowledge of COVID. I've done national studies published on, read and and published on a variety of national data, including from Florida, in non-peer-reviewed journals, as well as in peer-reviewed journals on using national data. So I guess the answer is no.
So you agree you've done nothing specifically to Florida?
No, again, the answer is no. For instance, I published a paper, a non-peer-reviewed paper on comparing the Florida outcomes for COVID versus the California outcomes for COVID sometime in January. I've written extensively, mostly in non-peer-reviewed settings, about the Florida experience of COVID.
And you concede your work is limited to research, writing, and appearing in these type of proceedings, correct?
Can you clarify the question?
Sure. You're currently on sabbatical, yes?
Yes.
How long for?
For another week.
Okay, and when did you start?
About almost exactly a year ago.
Okay. And so during this time, you have indicated you've written on various topics, and you have spoken on various topics, and you have also appeared at court proceedings or to governmental authorities. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's among the activities I've done.
I've had a course in the past year, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the sabbatical has been this past year.
Okay. And you would agree that you have not published any peer-reviewed study on masking in schools yourself?
No, not peer-reviewed on masking in schools.
And you'd agree that you've not made any kind of peer-reviewed writing on transmissibility of COVID among school-age populations?
So if you look at the European Journal of Clinical Investigation piece, that piece is on transmission in populations at large. So it includes school-age children.
But not specifically about school-age children?
Not specifically about them, but includes them.
And so on this issue, the Wall Street Journal is your primary piece of literature. Is that correct?
You mean published piece on school masking? So there's that, and then I published that, and I also published the Orange County Register piece.
Those are both editorials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that when you publish your more scholarly writings, you do a lot of aggregation of other studies that are existing? Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by aggregation. Can you clarify, please?
So with the exception of the two serological studies, those would be the only two where you conducted actual active research yourself.
I mean, every peer-reviewed piece involves active research.
Well, aggregating other folks' work, correct?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by aggregating. So for instance, the European Journal of Clinical Investigation piece involves analyzing COVID data. It's an original investigation.
We'll use a different word, sure. Analyzing the work of others as opposed to works original to you in the research context.
So all of the peer-reviewed pieces are original work to me. If you're asking if whether any peer-reviewed every peer-reviewed piece or every piece of scientific work involves the work of others and analyzing the work of others, the answer is yes, and that includes serological studies. I mean, that's a great many people's work involved, including the development of the antibody test kits, a whole bunch of other scientific activities that are necessary in order to do any scientific work.
You would agree that you have not authored any peer-reviewed study on the efficacy of masking in the classroom, would you not?
That's true, I've not.
Okay. And you're not a licensed physician in California or any state, are you?
No, I don't practice medicine.
You don't maintain a license and never have, correct?
I'll apologize. Go ahead.
The question posed was, you don't maintain a license and you never have. Medical
That's
license.
correct. Yeah, that's correct. I research full-time and I teach full-time.
And with the exception of your medical school time, you have never worked in a hospital setting or traditional healthcare setting where you rendered care.
That's true. During medical school, I did.
And you indicated that you first came to connect with the governor by virtue of his telephone call to you. When would you attach that time to occurring?
Sometime mid-September 2020.
Okay. And what was the nature of that call? What was the exchange you all had?
So the nature of that call was to discuss the governor's understanding of the evidence regarding the efficacy of lockdowns, the harms of the lockdowns. I participated as an expert in a case in Florida on school reopening as an expert for the Department of Education last year. And so we discussed the importance of school reopening and being in person in school. We spent most of the time discussing papers related to those topics.
And you're on the record stating that you believe the governor is quite smart in the way of medical science and could probably beat an epidemiologist. Where does that come from? What kind of appreciable interaction did you have with the governor to yield that?
Yeah, so I'll just give you an example from that one conversation in September. He was familiar not just with the abstracts of the scientific papers that I brought up, but both the methods and many of the details of the paper. He had cogent opinions about the strengths and weaknesses of the papers that we discussed, and could place them in good context. I found that many epidemiologists that I've interacted with, and certainly many physicians I've interacted with in this epidemic, are much less capable than the governor at doing that. So, I mean, I came away quite impressed from that conversation.
And about how many communications did you have with him before you yielded that conclusion?
I mean, I had that conclusion, I had that impression from the very first, and every other interaction I've had with him since has confirmed that. He's always come prepared to the discussion and even when I bring up papers that I think are obscure, often he knows those papers.
When was the last time you two spoke?
I think at the beginning of August.
What was the nature of that communication?
We were discussing the evidence on Regeneron, the monoclonal antibodies, the efficacy of their use as outpatient treatment for patients with COVID, and the importance of making sure that people have the Regeneron and those kinds of outpatient, particularly the Regeneron therapy available, and a monoclonal antibody therapy available for patients that do end up getting COVID.
And again, how often do you typically speak?
I mean, it's intermittent. I mean, I don't control it. It's the governor contacts me, but it's, I think sometime I'd say since September of last year, we've spoken maybe a dozen times. That's including the public settings.
Including the what?
The public settings, the roundtable settings.
And how many of those occurred?
I think 4. It could be 5, but I think it's 4.
And do they all have the exact same participants, or do you have some varying numbers for those?
No, it's a different set of participants, different subsets of participants each time.
And are you involved with the selection of those participants?
No.
Okay. And you've never seen the media in any one of those meetings, have you? Those roundtables?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Charles? I didn't miss that.
You've never seen the news media in any one of those roundtables?
No, the news media were there. So the news media were there at the first roundtable in September 25th, 2020, I think. In fact, the governor opened the questions up to the media to ask me and the other participants, who included back then, it was Mike Levitt, who was a Nobel Prize winner at Stanford, and Martin Kulldorff, who's a Harvard epidemiologist. And the news media asked us a lot of questions, actually. And then another roundtable in March, I think, also had the news media present.
And you would recall that the news media was not present at the roundtable that was played in court just recently.
No, I don't remember the news media being there at that one.
Is it fair to say that your opinions are distilled down to 4 different things? Number one, you don't believe masking is effective to prevent the spread. You agree with that, right?
I think that there's no high quality randomized evidence that shows that masking stops the spread of the disease.
Okay, so extrapolating that, your opinion is you don't believe masking is effective to prevent spread, yes?
Objective form. You can answer. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm in deposition mode. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for an extraordinary claim, you need extraordinary evidence. I don't think that evidence exists, that scientific evidence exists. Here you have a population-wide intervention that asks everybody, including children, small children, to wear a mask to stop the spread of the disease, with claims made about how it's the key to stopping the disease from spreading. The scientific evidence to date is not consistent with that idea. There's no randomized evidence that suggests that that's true. What randomized evidence there is from the flu suggests it's not true. And there's no evidence, and the data, the observational evidence is mixed. The one that's sort of most specific to Florida is this paper by this group at Brown that compared last year. Many districts in Florida and schools in Florida had masks required for their staff and for their children. Some had no mask required for either staff or children, and some had masks required just for the staff. And the primary finding for both staff and the children is that there's no difference in the risk of disease in those different districts. No statistically significant difference in the risk of disease in those districts from the experience of last year.
And at this point, we're going to unpack methodology behind each one of those opinions. But at this point, I'm just trying to go ahead and confine these questions to if this is an accurate assessment of your opinion. So, second opinion, I would ask you to confirm that lockdowns are not effective in defeating COVID. You agree with that, would you not?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think lockdowns, again, there's very little high quality evidence that suggests lockdowns have had any appreciable effect on stopping disease from spreading. Certainly places that have adopted lockdowns have seen considerable disease spread despite the imposition of those lockdowns. More careful statistical work, like the paper I mentioned, that I published in the European Journal of Clinical Investigation, finds that places that imposed severe lockdowns, including mandatory stay-at-home orders and mandatory business closures, did no better in the disease spread in the early days of the epidemic relative to places that did not have those policies.
Would you not agree with this next assessment that the children do not transfer COVID to adults in a reasonably well fashion?
I mean, children are inefficient spreaders of the disease. That I agree with.
Okay. And would you also agree with the fact that children are not good carriers of COVID, period?
Children, I don't know what that means, I guess. I would say that children are less likely to die from COVID, much less likely to die from COVID than adults, older adults especially. And they tend to have less severe disease than adults. They can carry COVID, that's possible, but they transmit it less efficiently than adults do when they carry it.
And one of your principal opinions relative to COVID and mitigating the risk would be you've got to protect vulnerable populations. Is that not true?
Yes, absolutely. That's I think the fundamental idea behind my preferred approach to COVID, which is to protect vulnerable people. Vulnerable here means people who face a high risk of mortality or hospitalization should they get COVID, and that tends to be people that are older, but also some other subgroups.
So would you restrict the idea of vulnerability to having some comorbidities?
I think the vulnerability is the single most important risk factor when you're considering the harm from COVID is age. So older populations are much more vulnerable to severe outcomes from COVID than younger populations are.
And
there
so
are some apologize, I could get you.
So you would agree that
Your Honor, the questioner cut the witness off.
Oh, okay, I can finish. So you asked about comorbidities.
My question was, you would agree that a vulnerable population need not include comorbidities. Age alone would be sufficient under your definition.
No, that's what I was about to say. There are some comorbidities that increase the risk of poor outcomes from COVID. So in particular, I think things like severe diabetes, some other limited set of conditions. As a general rule, they have a modest effect on increasing the risk of bad outcomes from COVID. Age by itself is the single most important. So just to give you some sense of this from the data, from the seroprevalence data and elsewhere, someone who's age 60 and obese, that is with a BMI of 30 or more, a body mass index of 30 or more, will have roughly the same infection fatality rate as someone who's about the age of 65 but thin. So that it basically ages you 5 years to be obese at age 60. It's a risk factor, but it's not as steep as sharp a risk factor as age. Age, I think, roughly, for every 7 years of age, doubles the infection fatality rate.
Would you agree that the lack of a vaccine or vaccinated individual makes them more at risk to contract COVID?
To contract COVID. I mean, I would have thought that in January of this year. Now, I think that the evidence is shifting that those who are vaccinated can still contract COVID. It's very clearly a rate of increasing breakthrough infections. This is behind, I think, why some groups, including the federal government, are arguing for booster shots for the vaccine. So I think the vaccine does protect against contracting, but it's not 100% reduction in the risk of contracting. That said, the vaccines are still quite important because they reduce the risk of severe outcomes if you do get COVID. Reduce the risk of hospitalization and death, even if it has, even though you can still get COVID though you're vaccinated, the risk of bad outcomes are much lower if you are vaccinated.
So you would agree that an unvaccinated individual would have some level of vulnerability as compared to a vaccinated individual?
Can you clarify what's like the nature of the vaccination? So for instance, an unvaccinated child has a very low, I wouldn't consider particularly vulnerable. The risk of COVID, the severe outcomes for COVID for a child is very, very low.
That was my question. I'm talking about stacking up an unvaccinated person versus a vaccinated person. And clearly, because vaccines have to be 12 or over, we'd be excluding a number of age groups there. So in the context of vaccine eligible people, would a vaxxed person and a non-vaxxed person have the same risk pattern?
I mean, as I said, the vaccine reduces the risk of severe disease and death from COVID. The total amount of reduction in risk depends on the risk from COVID itself. So people who are at very, very high risk of severe outcomes from COVID, if they get infected, for instance, older people, the vaccine reduces the risk very, very substantially. For people who are at low risk of severe outcomes from if they get infected from COVID, such as younger people, the absolute risk reduction is small.
Have you done any specific research relative to the present Florida COVID status, meaning various counties and the state itself, what the current condition is?
So I track the Florida state data very, very carefully. I don't track the county data all that carefully. In preparation for the declaration, I did look through the Florida case tracking, as well as, of course, the literature on that I cited.
So this past week, what was the high county positivity you've seen for COVID?
Yeah, as I said, I don't track the county level data very, very substantially. What I do track is the state level data, and the state level data seems to have peaked. The 7-day positivity, the 7-day case rate. I don't actually like the positivity number for reasons I can tell you. But the case rate has declined. The average case rate is declined for the first time in about 45 days, I think.
And what data are you basing that on? What span of data?
So I'm looking. I look at the CDC, the Florida Department of Health. I think reports the daily data to the CDC, and I look at that every day.
And so you're able to glean daily data from the DOH, Florida DOH.
Well, I report whatever the CDC reports. That's what I'm reporting.
So the only source you would find that from would be the CDC. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I look at the CDC data.
Daily?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't had a chance to look today, but I looked a couple of days ago.
Okay. The last time you recall seeing data would have been what, Monday?
What's today? I don't remember the date. Yeah, it could be Monday or Tuesday, Monday or Sunday.
And would that have been current data or the prior week's data?
So I'd have to go back and refresh my memory exactly the dates of the data, but it was whatever the CDC reported that day. What I did notice was that that the case rate had declined for the first time in many weeks.
Okay. And you don't pay attention to the various counties' positivity rates, do you?
No, I don't. I think the positivity rate is a flawed statistic. The positivity rate depends on who's tested, who's selected for testing. So, for instance, when schools open and many asymptomatic children are tested, the positivity rate actually declines. The because you're testing larger numbers of asymptomatic people. Whereas if you reserve tests for people that are sicker, you'll have a higher positivity rate. There's all kinds of distortions in how you think about the positive. I don't think it's a very particularly useful statistic for understanding the risk of COVID.
Is there ever a point where you'd find utility with the positivity rate?
No, I think the positivity rate is a flawed statistic for tracking COVID risk. I think case rates in certain age groups of a population are the most important numbers to see, because what we really want to understand, at least what I want to understand, is how vulnerable populations are faring in the face of COVID spread. And so I look for data on, if I can find it, on age specific COVID case rates, age specific COVID death rates.
What was the most recent case count for a week you saw in Florida?
I think it was something on the order of it got as high as let me see if I can remember it was something on the order of like 100 cases per 100,000, something like that. That's the order. I can look it up in particular to tell you if you want.
Wait, I'm trying to cue your knowledge as opposed to what you can glean on the internet.
Yeah, I think it's roughly. I think the peak was around 100 per 100,000.
100 to 100,000 was what your recollection is.
100 cases per 100,000 population.
What was the gross number?
I mean, I think the gross number is not that interesting. The interesting is the rate.
Okay.
So 100 per 100,000.
Was it more or less than 150,000?
Again, I think the gross number is not that interesting. I don't know.
That's my question.
Yeah, I don't know the gross number. I track the rate.
Okay. I know you spoke to this a little bit regarding on direct, but would you agree that as new information comes available regarding COVID, that the context of medicine and science is going to modify itself, or some prior conclusions would be obsolete?
Yeah, science. If new science emerges and conditions change, absolutely, you should change your opinions.
Have there been COVID studies that you know of that have been modified with discovery of new information?
I mean, that's what science is. Yes.
You do know of those?
I mean, do people change their mind? Have people changed their minds about the nature of COVID as new studies have come in? Yeah, absolutely.
That was my question. The question was, have there been any COVID studies that you know about that have been modified with discovery of new information?
Yeah, so I mean, I can give you an example on masks in particular. The CDC published a study on masks sometime in June or July of last year, which they retracted because essentially the new information came in invalidating that the original finding that there was a correlation between masks and reductions in case spread.
Have you had occasion to review or modify, I'm sorry, strike that. Have you had occasion to modify any of your studies?
So none of my published studies are modified, no.
Okay. And I want to speak a little bit to the Santa Clara COVID study. And you acknowledge in a scenario where your wife had solicited through a listserv or email some participants from a Egan Junior High, and that email promised, quote, FDA approved antibody tests, close quote, to participants so they could, quote, return to work without fear. You recall this, do you not?
So so what you're asking me about is about a private email that my wife sent to her friends without my knowledge or authorization while I was conducting the Santa Clara seroprevalence study. Is that what you're asking me about?
And that yielded volunteers, did it not?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And you agree that thereafter you agreed that did skew the study.
I mean, I don't know that did anything to the study. I mean, I didn't analyze it. I didn't authorize it. The study, the Santa Clara seroprevalence study, was conducted in Santa Clara County. We recruited people for the study via Facebook. One of the problems that we had was that many people from the richer parts of Santa Clara volunteered for the study at higher rates than poorer parts. And so we worked very hard to try to balance that in the study. I mean, I think, I'm not sure why you're asking me about my wife's email. That has nothing to do with that.
Well, the idea that the study has some concerns attached to it. So
Well, that study
also,
was peer reviewed later and found to be, sort of worth publishing. So you're
well,
asking
there
me.
were critiques of that post peer review. We can get to that later. But
I'm sorry, you're asking me about a story that was published in a essentially like a tabloid journal.
well, was there not an email your wife sent to a listserv or email list for a high school?
My wife did send a private email through it was to a junior high school to her friends.
Mhm.
Again, not authorized by the study, had anything to do with me or the conduct of the study.
And there was no FDA approved TMI test, was there?
So the test kit that we used was actually approved by the FDA later for an emergency use authorization. So it was actually ultimately FDA approved. Are you asking me to say whether the email that my wife sent was true or false?
No, my questions are pretty face value, so just answer them as I ask them. But you indicate that you concede that the email did skew the study results.
I didn't concede that. I don't know anything about whether it ended up recruiting anybody or not.
You did revise the study thereafter, did you not?
So when we published, there's in the scientific publication process, you can release a early version of the study to get comments from scientific peers. So we did. We released it, I think, sometime in middle of April of 2020. And we got almost 1,000 comments from various scientists from all around the world, including people who gave us more data about the accuracy of the test kit, which turned out to be quite accurate. Suggestions for statistical methods. We revised the study in response to those 1,000 plus suggestions and comments a week after we released the first version. And then, a few months later, the study was accepted at the International Journal of Epidemiology. So, I mean, that's a normal scientific process.
You first released that as a preprint, did you not?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Well, and for the court's edification, a preprint is a non-peer reviewed. Well, and for the court's edification, a preprint is a non-peer reviewed version, is it not?
The original version of it was released on a preprint server in order to solicit the comments from the scientific community, which we achieved.
And you rely upon a preprint in your declaration regarding the Florida, New York mass study. That document notes at the very bottom of it, quote, "Note, this preprint reports new research that has not been certified by peer review and should not be used to guide clinical practice." Is that customary for preprints?
Yeah, I mean, preprints have not gone through peer review. That's true, but I can still assess as an expert whether there's some plausibility to the study or not. I think I said earlier that studies that are correlational in nature, including that Florida study, are not as good evidence as randomized evidence. The randomized evidence cuts against the masks, right? The only randomized study on masks finds that it does not protect the wearer of the mask in the context of COVID. And 14 randomized studies in the context of the flu, again, find the community mask wearing does not protect against spread of the flu. That's the highest quality evidence in when you're discussing scientific evidence in this kind of context is randomized evidence. The Florida study is important, or that Brown study that you're asking me about is important because it looks directly at the Florida data and looks to see if there's any prima facie correlation between masking at the school and district level and good outcomes or reductions in COVID spread. The answer is no. That study does not find any correlation, statistically significant correlation between masking of school students and slowing of disease spread in Florida last year.
You're talking about the Brown study, correct?
Yeah, that's what you're asking me about.
And that remains a preprint right now, does it not?
Yeah, it was just recently released.
Okay, but there's been no peer review of the Brown study as we speak.
Well, I just conducted peer review of it right in front of you.
There you go.
There's been no peer review in the context of a traditionally peer-reviewed article.
Peer review just consists of other scientists weighing in on what people think about the article.
In a informal 30-second vignette.
I think we can move on to another question. I took it after this long day as injecting some form of humor into the proceedings. I accept it as such, but there's no evidence of anything else other than some humor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You would concede also that the allegations regarding a funder who happened to be the chair and president of JetBlue led to a whistleblower complaint from Stanford University on this study. Would you not?
So that's what the tabloid you're citing said. That's true, but that doesn't correspond to the truth.
Oh, was there a whistleblower complaint?
No. In fact, Stanford told me there was no whistleblower complaint.
Was there any complaint by Stanford?
Stanford conducted a fact-finding after the tabloid story you're saying. Stanford conducted an investigation and found first that the allegation you're saying, which is money from the JetBlue founder, went to Stanford, not to me. Did not change the results of the study, did not change the design of the study. All of that was just ad hominem insinuation by this tabloid that you're bringing up.
What was a tabloid? Was it Science Museum Weekly?
No, it was BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed, okay. But nonetheless, there was.
You know the answer to that, right? That's because you're citing from BuzzFeed, so presumably you know what it was. And you asked me that question, right?
Well, I'm asking the question whether there was an internal Stanford investigation.
But they didn't call it an investigation; they called it a fact finding.
And Stanford currently requires masks to be on campus, does it not?
I haven't checked the very latest, but I think last I looked, indoors you're supposed to wear a mask.
And during the height of the pandemic in California, Stanford also was on lockdown, was it not?
It was.
All right. So back in March, you had participated in a roundtable with Scott Atlas, Martin Kulldorff, and Sunitra Gupta with the governor on COVID, correct?
I did.
And that was one of the four we spoke about.
Yes.
And you disclaimed any kind of compensation for that, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I didn't hear that.
Disclaimed any kind of compensation for that, correct?
No, I did not get any compensation for that.
Okay. And did you bear your own travel costs?
I did.
In that specific roundtable, you stated that masks were not necessary for school children and that mask wearing for children is, quote, developmentally inappropriate and does not help on disease spread. Do you recall those comments?
I do. I was citing the summary of the topic in the World Health Organization.
And shortly after that roundtable that was posted on YouTube,
Excuse me, counsel. I'm going to object because you interrupted my witness. Your Honor, that's my objection. He needs to let the witness finish. Okay. He's the one that counseled the witness to wait until his question was done before he started his answer, but he's not allowing the witness to answer.
All right, Doctor, you can take up to 5 minutes to complete your answer to that question because at 5 o'clock, I'm going home. I don't know what y'all are going to do, but that's when I'm leaving.
That seems very wise, Your Honor. I'll just say that those comments about the World Health Organization were drawn from the World Health Organization's consideration of child masks, where they explicitly talk about the developmental harms that are possible from masking especially very young children.
And after that roundtable, it was posted on YouTube, was it not?
I believe the roundtable first video was always recorded by the local press, including a local TV station. The local TV station then posted it on YouTube.
And you later learned that YouTube removed it, citing misinformation in violation of their accuracy policies.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I don't actually know why YouTube removed it. I don't know what they cited. I tried to contact them, they didn't give me a good explanation.
Is that the one you wrote the letter to the Wall Street Journal about, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You were a party to a document called the Great Barrington Declaration, were you not?
I'm a co-author of it.
Okay. And yourself and some other co-authors apparently flew to Massachusetts, is that correct?
Yes, so Martin, sorry, go ahead.
Traveled to Massachusetts, you may have driven, I guess?
Yeah, so my co-authors are Martin Kulldorff, who's a professor at Harvard University, and Sunitra Gupta, who's a professor at Oxford University. And we flew to Great Barrington, Massachusetts.
And what preceded that? Did you all have some discussion about the need to write a manifesto regarding some issues?
No. What preceded that was that Professor Kuhldorff invited me to come out to Massachusetts to discuss my views about the right way to handle the pandemic. He also invited Professor Gupta, and we actually had no particular agenda in mind when we arrived. The writing of the declaration came about as we were discussing with each other our various perspectives on the pandemic.
And where was this? Where did it occur at a hotel, at a house? Where were you at?
No, it was a think tank called the American Institute for Economic Research. They have a property there.
And so, how long were you there for during this reflective time or contemplation time?
I was there for 3 days.
And the result of that 3 days yielded this written document, the Great Barrington Declaration?
Yes, yeah, that was one of the outcomes of it.
And during that preparation of the document, if it were, you would agree that there was no independent research created or generated. You relied upon the research of other parties.
You keep coming back to how the research process, and I don't recognize in your question how the research process actually works.
And sure, there may be a nomenclature issue with the scholastic or academic worlds, whatever. So, so you consider to be, if you receive or view or extrapolate the data of others for your own purpose, do you consider that to be research?
Yeah, I mean, you synthesizing of other results, other people's results, is absolutely research.
Okay. And what
analysis, for instance, is an example of research where people take the output of studies of many other people and analyze them together to come to a conclusion about what the direction of some effect. So, for instance, the data I'm citing on randomized evidence in the flu come out of meta-analyses of 14 different randomized studies of the flu. That itself is a piece of research.
So what distinction would you make in a nomenclature sense for your two serological studies for Los Angeles and Santa Clara? What would you call those as opposed to, I mean, I know it's research in a paper, but what would you call that where you are conducting active actual research as opposed to relying upon that of a third party?
I mean, even as I said in response to your question earlier about this, the Santa Clara studies and the LA County studies relied on the research of others. All research relies on the research of others. So that's not the right distinction. Those two studies are serology studies. The Brown study, for instance, is an observational study of the data on case spread in schools in Florida. The Danish mask study is a randomized evaluation of mask efficacy in a general population setting. I mean, you want to describe the research specifically. I'm not sure what you mean by rely on the research of others. Every piece of research ever done relies on the research of others.
So for your serological studies, you took samples and ran assays and then had conclusions based upon those. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then and what you term now as an observational study, would that be more akin to obtaining the conclusions and data and finding of others, extrapolating that for your own purpose?
So, for instance, the Brown mask study would be a good example of this. They're relying on data, I think, that they collected, but maybe they collected, other people help collect them, and then they're doing a statistical analysis to try to understand what the data are telling you. Right? That's research.
But you would use in terms of a word, randomized evaluations as those that you include some, again, where you're collecting samples and running your own conclusions based upon this.
Most randomized evaluations require many people to collect the randomized, and they often rely on others to do the data collection. I'm not sure I understand the distinction you're trying to get at.
We've hit 5 now. I don't want to go too far past that, if at all, Your Honor. Do you want to recess now or?
Okay. All right. Let's recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Are we on track to finish with our evidence tomorrow, Mr. Bean?
Yes, Your Honor. I just may ask, the witness is in California, so it's 06:30. Do we know how much longer cross-examination would take?
Mr. Gallagher, do you have any idea?
I've got about 10 pages left, so a little bit.
Are they single spaced or double spaced?
Single, sorry.
Oh,
Your Honor,
I
would
don't
it
know,
be,
Mr. Bean, how long it will be.
Your Honor, would it be okay if we took some of our other East Coast witnesses and then brought Mr. or Dr. Bhattacharya back after our East Coast witnesses are finished?
No objection there for us.
I don't see any problem with that. 6:30 in the morning, doctor is borderline cruel and unusual punishment in my book. So yeah, we can start later than that for him.
I think Attorney Sheridan had something.
Just want to be careful. I just want to be careful that Mr. Gallagher's statement isn't misinterpreted as we're not objecting to other witnesses testifying tomorrow.
What?
I took it to mean he doesn't object to there
Order
being
being
called at
switched.
a time. I don't take that to mean that he is waiving all objections like y'all did when you stipulated to the admission of the.
This is why I'm bringing it up, Your Honor.
Okay, well,
So we
like I
didn't get
say,
to call
there's-
anymore. We don't
there's
get to call any more
one-
witnesses?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lawyers right now. So I'm sure y'all will keep little old me on track.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So thank you very much, everybody, all the lawyers, all the witnesses who have been here, and Doctor, thank you, and we'll see you back tomorrow. I'm sure the lawyers will get together and try to adjust it so they can make it a better hour than 6:30 in the morning.
Thank you for the accommodation, Your Honor.
You know, it's really quite interesting how people have tried to manipulate people and how to intimidate people and change their minds. This has been going on since we've been in America. You know, you go back to the days of slavery, you know, and a lot of the states, there were more slaves than there were owners. So what did they do? They had to divide the slaves. So they told the ones in the house, you're better than the ones in the yard. And the ones in the yard, you're better than the ones in the field. And then after slavery was over, the light-skinned ones, you're better than the dark-skinned ones. And on it went, trying to divide people. Today, they say, if you are a conservative, then